Endless owned Yorkshire Premier Meat and Smithfield Murray are being brought under one umbrella as the newly created Carnova Food Group. The new brand will sit about the existing Yorkshire Premier Meat and Smithfield Murray brands, which are both being retained in recognition of their strong heritage and reputations. Carnova confirmed that there would be no immediate changes to how the two businesses operated, and customers and suppliers to Yorkshire Premier Meat and Smithfield Murray would see no changes to their current service. There are no plans to consolidate production between the two brands. Paul Peachy, Chief Executive of Carnova, said, "The bringing together of YPM and Smithfield Murray under one group named Carnova is another exciting and important step in the organisation's ambition growth plans, which will see further organic growth, investing more in our sites, our people, our processes and new technologies, together with further acquisitions." While the manufacturer didn't go into detail on what the growth would look like, it did say it was looking into the opportunities the two businesses could offer each other. There is no word on whether the move would affect jobs at either site. Brought together in 2023 to create a major UK force in business-to-business protein supply, Carnova has revenues of over £120 million and services customers with flexible multi-protein supply of value-added products. The group employs more than 250 people across two sites in South Kirkby, near Doncaster, and Trafford Park in Manchester. The new Carnova name has been developed from the Latin words for meat and newness. The European Commission has fined Mondelez International €337.5 million for hindering the cross-border trade of chocolate, biscuits and coffee products between the EU and member states. It was ruled following an investigation by the Commission that the actions of Mondelez represented a breach of EU competition rules. This included engaging in anti-competitive agreements with the goal of restricting trade and abusing its dominant position in certain national markets. In particular, the probe found that Mondelez engaged in 22 anti-competitive agreements or concerted practices by limiting the territories or customers to which 7 wholesale customers resell its products and preventing 10 exclusive distributors from replying to sale requests from customers located in other member states without permission. Meanwhile, Mondelez was found to have refused to supply a broker in Germany in order to prevent the resale of chocolate tablet products in where prices were higher, in addition to ceasing the supply of these products in the Netherlands to prevent them from being imported into Belgium. The Commission concluded that Mondelez's practices prevented retailers from being able to freely source products in member states with lower prices by artificially partitioning the internal market. However, Mondelez was granted a 15% fine reduction because it cooperated with the investigation and acknowledged its liability for the infringement of EU competition rules. Prices for food differ between member states, explained Margrethe Vestager, Executive Vice President in charge of competition policy. Trade over borders of member states in the internal market can lower prices and increase the availability of products for consumers. This is especially important in times of high inflation. In today's decision, we find that the Mondelez illegally limited cross-border sales across the EU. Mondelez did so to maintain higher prices for its products to the detriment of consumers. We have therefore fined Mondelez €337.5 million. With a presence in more than 150 countries around the world, Mondelez owns brands including Cadbury, Milka, Oreo and Toblerone. Antimicrobial resistance is when bacteria adapt to become resistant to the killing effects of antimicrobials such as antibiotics. This resistance subsequently makes such infections in humans difficult to treat drugs. Iceland Foods has launched a showcase scheme that encourages food and beverage manufacturers to pitch their branded products. Dubbed Brands on Ice, the first quarterly showcase event is set to be held on the 11th of July 2024, where senior figures at Iceland will look for the best in branded new product innovations and developments. Ahead of the first event, the retailer is inviting food and drink manufacturers to submit applications pitching their branded products. Successful applicants will then be invited to showcase their products to Iceland decision makers, including the CEO, Group Buying Director, Trading Category Directors, Marketing Director, Senior Trading Managers, Head of Innovation and Licensing and Merchandising Team. If selected, the product will be rolled out in Iceland and the food warehouse stores, as well as at iceland.co.uk, while the frozen food specialist will invest up to £100,000 into the launch. Iceland and its partners service will also support successful firms with the launch itself and through activation within its stores, online, internationally and with colleagues. Furthermore, for every £100,000 investment made by a supplier, the retailer will invest a further £100,000. Chosen products will be available exclusively through Iceland for an agreed number of weeks before launching into the wider market. Iceland said this is because exclusivity unlocks its ability to invest in the launch and can be the start of a pipeline of continuous exclusive MPD. The pitch itself consists of 6 questions. Exclusivity, what's the opportunity? Your product, why Iceland and what's your target customer? Commercial proposal, including a forecast and growth. Overview of concept/product, including brand tiering. Is there an existing product benchmark? And your trade plan and how you would want to market and activate your product for launch. Commencing on the launch of the scheme, Iceland Head of Innovation and Licensing, Oliver Gilding, said we are incredibly pleased to announce Iceland's quarterly showcase for the best in branded new product innovation and development. Our goal is to accelerate the successful launch of branded products within Iceland Foods, the Food Warehouse, and Iceland.co.uk. We will offer bespoke launch plans tailored to each brand's needs, committed to discovering true innovation and providing our customers with unique and exciting ranges. The first quarterly pitching day is set for July 11th, with plans for products to hit shelves by early 2025. If successful, Iceland will invest up to £100,000 in helping it to launch the new products. Brands will also receive comprehensive support, including assistance with manufacturing, branding and activation of the new lines. Nick Stockley, partner at Sussex-based solicitors firm Mayo Wynne Baxter, sheds light on the administration process and lays out the options facing food and drink firms in financial difficulties. According to analysis by law firm Shakespeare Martineau, the manufacturing sector accounted for 11% of UK administrations during 2023. This translated to 186 administrations from across the sector, a 6% increase when compared with the year prior. These statistics paint a compelling picture of the struggles that the manufacturing industry and food and beverage in particular have encountered over the past few years, during which time factors such as Brexit, COVID, geopolitical instability, and the cost of living crisis have had a profound impact. Since the start of 2024, it's been reported that businesses entering administration from categories including bakery, brewing, and plant-based, and given the gusty headwinds that continue to face the food and beverage industry, they are unlikely to be the last. With all that in mind, Stockley has offered advice to firms potentially navigating the prospect of entering administration by laying out the process and the options available. In the vast majority of cases, administration is used to reorganize or realise the assets of insolvent companies. Stockley explained that when a firm is deemed insolvent under the definition of the Insolvency Act 1986, which states that it is either unable to pay its debts or its assets are exceeded by its liabilities, it will seek advice from an insolvency practitioner who will offer administration as a possible option, with the other option likely to be liquidation. This process can occur in 2 ways, either by court order upon a formal application or by the filing of documents at the court hearing by the company, the directors or the holder of a qualifying floating charge over the company's assets. When a company enters administration, an insolvency practitioner is appointed as the company's administrator. The administrator takes over the control of the company's business and assets from the company's directors in order to achieve one of the statutory purposes of administration. These 3 purposes are as follows: the rescue of the company as an ongoing concern, the achievement of a better result for the company's creditors as a whole than would be likely if the company were to be wound up, and the realisation of some or all of the company's property to make a distribution to one or more secured or preferential creditors. As soon as reasonably practicable after appointment, the administrator must then send notice of the appointment to the company and the creditors. The administrators must also publish notice of the appointment and advertise the appointment in the Gazette and in any other publication or manner the administrator thinks appropriate. The period of administration can run for up to 12 months, after which it will need to be extended following an application to the court. Once the administration ends, the company will either dissolve or liquidate, depending on circumstances. What are the options once a firm has gone into administration? Once a firm has appointed administrators, they will do what they can to achieve one or more of the purposes of the administration and must carry out their functions in the interests of creditors as a whole, while performing those functions as quickly and efficiently as is reasonably. The specific options available will depend on the specific company, and so there is no prescribed list of options. However, the administrators can do any of the following things: in order to achieve one of the objectives for which they have been appointed. They can take control and possession of the company's property. They can sell or otherwise dispose of the company's property and take any necessary steps which will assist in realizing the company's property. They can bring or defend legal proceedings either on behalf of the company or as a result of unlawful transactions by either the company or its directors. They can make any payments necessary to allow the carrying out of the administrator's functions. They can carry on the company's business. They can take or surrender a lease of any property on behalf of the company. They can make any arrangement or compromise on behalf of the company, and they can investigate the actions and transactions of the company and its directors, making personal claims against the directors for unlawful conduct if necessary. The administrators will invariably both reduce the workforce, scale down the company's operation, and sell the company's assets. Stockley concluded by advising any business that is facing significant financial pressures to seek advice from insolvency professionals sooner rather than later. They may be able to salvage something from these different circumstances, whereas a business that tries to plow on in the hope its situation will improve is much more likely to lose everything. Are plant-based meat and dairy substitutes healthier? Well, yes and no. It depends. A new study investigates which substitutes do best and worst when pitted against animal products. A switch from animal meat and dairy to plant-based substitutes is often considered to be an optimal way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with diet. The nutritional picture is, however, more complex. Some consumers view plant-based substitutes as a healthier option compared with animal-based meats and dairy, and some see these substitutes as ultra-processed and therefore to be avoided. Naturally, the truth is somewhere in between. A new study explores the varying level of health content between different plant-based substitutes, presenting a potential solution for consumer confusion. The study aims to assess the available literature on the health content and environmental impact of plant-based alternatives, with mycoprotein included in said definition, despite coming from the fungi rather than plant kingdom. In high-income countries, including plant-based meat, milk, cheese, egg, and yogurt alternatives, overall, the study analysed 57 peer-reviewed studies and 36 grey literature articles. To mitigate the potential that some of these studies were funded by the industry that produced said plant-based substitutes, a sensitivity analysis was performed. Indeed, studies funded by industry were more likely to find differences in nutrition than those by academia, but the overall trend was the same. The studies which focused on plant-based meat revealed that most meat alternatives had lower saturated fat content, lower energy density, and more fiber than their animal-based cousins. Earlier this year, the World Health Organization, who analyzed the levels of health in ultra-processed plant-based burgers in Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Lisbon, and London. On the one day, they found that plant-based proteins, albeit low-quality protein, dietary fibers, and minerals, which can reduce non-communicable disease, NCD, were abundantly present in the burgers. However, the burgers were also high in fat, salt, and calories, which are directly linked to NCD, presenting a more ambiguous health picture. Overall, only 10% of burgers analysed by WHO were considered unhealthy. The lowest energy density and the highest fiber content of all was mycoproteins, while cereal and grain-based meats had the highest energy density, similar to the levels found in meat and poultry, and the lowest fiber content, still significantly higher than meat and poultry. Mycoprotein was also lowest in saturated fat, whereas nut and seed-based meats were found to be the highest, still lower than the saturated fat content of meat and poultry. However, all plant-based meats contain more sugar than meat and poultry, and similar levels of sodium, with the exception of legume-based meats. Mycoprotein had the lowest levels of sugar, whilst nut and seed-based meats had the highest. In terms of micronutrients, some plant-based meats fared better than others. For example, while cereal and grain-based meat alternatives were higher in iron than their plant-based counterparts, animal-based meats generally came out on top when it came to vitamin B12 content. Legume and mycoprotein products usually match plant-based meat for protein. The research also looked at plant-based drinks, finding from 19 studies that plant-based drinks usually had lower energy density and saturated fat and more fiber than their dairy-based counterparts. The lowest energy density was found in coconut-based drinks, whereas the highest was cereal and grain-based, although still not significantly higher than dairy-based drinks. However, coconut-based drinks had the highest levels of saturated fat out of plant-based drinks assessed. Compared to these lowest based on cereals and grains, fruits and vegetables, and nuts and seeds, which had the lowest. In contrast to plant-based meats, most plant-based drinks had lower levels of sugar than dairy milks, especially coconut, legume, and nut and seed-based drinks. Conversely, no plant-based drink matched the iodine content of dairy milks. Plant-based yogurts, on the other hand, showed a higher energy density and a higher sugar and fiber content than dairy-based, while having a lower saturated fat and sodium content. Most plant-based cheeses assessed had a higher energy density and a higher saturated fat content than dairy cheese. Cheese based on nuts and seeds had the highest energy density, and cheese based on coconut oil had the highest saturated fat content, 50% more than dairy cheese. A recent study on plant-based steaks and cold cuts found that they are sometimes low in protein and additionally often contain more carbohydrates than their animal brethren. However, plant-based steaks were found to be comparable with veal samples that were analysed against in terms of essential amino acid content and digestibility. Plant-based cold cuts contained less salt and fewer amino acids than meat cold cuts. However, both plant-based cheese based on nuts and seeds and based on coconut oil had a generally higher fiber content than dairy cheese. Most plant-based cheese had a lower sodium and sugar content, although coconut-based cheese's sodium content was similar to dairy. So which plant-based alternatives came out on top? According to Sarah Najira Espinosa, one of the researchers, swapping out meat for alternatives based on legumes, such as peas and soy, and fungi such as mycoproteins, as well as drinks for those based on legumes and vegetables, such as potatoes, would not only reduce environmental footprints, but boost healthiness. However, some plant-based cheeses, such as those based on coconut oil, did not fare well in the study. As well as the nutritional content, the study also exposed the general health effects of switching to a plant-based diet. In terms of plant-based meats, studies on making the switch to mycoproteins showed a positive response to making the switch, both in healthy and overweight adults. The studies of other plant-based meats also showed positive health outcomes, with reduced weight and risk of cardiovascular disease and improvements in the gut microbiomes. However, when it came to plant-based drinks, the results were more complex. Studies found that those consuming only plant-based drinks had a lower iodine content in their urine and required supplementation. The higher sugar content of plant-based drinks, when compared to dairy, also led to dental decay. While in a great many ways plant-based products are nutritionally superior to animal-based products, it is not that simple. Therefore, the study suggested that we can only use the plant-based transition as a tool to hit health targets if we are being too selective. The study warned against a blanket recommendation of plant-based alternatives, as some are significantly worse when compared to animal-based equivalents. For example, plant-based cheese has 50% more saturated fat than dairy-based. Such variability has the potential to cause consumer confusion, which is why the study suggested front-of-pack labelling and information campaigns to help make nutritional content clearer. We advocate for better guidance in identifying healthy foods for consumers. Currently, plant-based alternatives are regarded as a homogeneous food group with very similar products, and this is a wrong assumption. Whilst many could form part of a healthier and more sustainable diet when used to replace meat and dairy, it is important that it's clear to the consumer which foods and brands this entails. Currently, people might assume all plant-based alternatives are healthy, and they may overcome the not-so-healthy ones, whereas others would stay away from plant-based alternatives altogether, as they think that surely such ultra-processed foods are unhealthy. Neither is helpful if we want people to eat healthier and more sustainable. A simple but clear and effective labelling system that would subcategorize plant-based foods would likely take some doubts away, and we think this would lead to higher uptake of plant-based foods that align with healthier and more sustainable diets. Regulations are also suggested which could push plant-based alternatives to reformulate and ensure optimum nutritional quality. Some techniques which can reduce sugar, improve palatability, and remove anti-nutrients and polyphenols are already available. McCain Foods has donated £35,000 to Ronald McDonald House Charities UK to mark May half-term. The independent charity, which offers accommodation and support for the families of children in hospital, is also celebrating its 35th birthday. Ronald McDonald House operates 14 houses across England, Wales and Scotland, serving more than 500 families each night. The houses keep families together close to their children in hospital while providing a place to sleep, cook and retain some sense of normal life. As well as the financial donation, McCain is extending its support to the charity by gifting Ninja air fryers to all 14 houses, as well as regular donations of frozen potato products and recipe cards. Last year, the Ronald McDonald House conducted a cost of living prices survey of families that had recently stayed at one of its houses, collecting data from 246 parents and carers. The results showed that almost a quarter of families have skipped meals to help make ends meet, while more than 40% have asked family or friends to borrow money. Finally, 91% of respondents agreed that staying in a Ronald McDonald House helped to ease the financial burden of having a child in hospital during the cost of living crisis. "We're so grateful to McCain for giving so generously," said Janet Pennington, Senior Corporate Partnerships Manager at Ronald McDonald House. "We have a long-standing partnership with the company, which has seen their staff volunteer in our houses, take on fundraising challenges, and support our gala dinners and golf days. The air fryers will help us to reduce our electricity bills, which have skyrocketed during the energy crisis. But most importantly, the appliances, along with the gifted frozen food, are enabling families to have a bit of normality during difficult times." McCain has supplied hash browns and fries to McDonald's UK, the charity's founding and forever partner, for more than 40 years. The firm's GB regional president, Gillian Moffat, added, "Ronald McDonald House Charities UK is an amazing organisation, and we are honoured to make this donation to help fund their vital work, providing a home-from-home accommodation and support to families with a child in hospital. We work closely with the charity as part of our ongoing community work, and have seen firsthand just how much they support struggling families who are going through incredibly difficult times." Major cacao supplier Ofi Olam Food Ingredients has claimed recent developments in data and technology are behind its progress towards creating a more sustainable supply chain. The group's Cacao Compass sustainability ambition is also providing food and beverage companies with enhanced traceability and transparency ahead of new regulations in Europe and beyond, it has claimed in its latest report. The latest report highlights achievements based on 2022 data and includes new analysis showing that over 30,168 farmers in Ofi's cacao supply chain are earning a living income, putting the business on track to reach its 2030 target of 150,000 cacao farmers earning a livable income. A 395% increase in the number of children receiving educational support in 2022 compared to the 2018 baseline. A 15% increase in the number of households covered by Ofi's Child Labour Monitoring and Remediation System, CLMRS. 6 million trees distributed by Ofi, working with its customers and partners for agroforestry and income diversification from 2018 to 2022. 79% of farms in Ofi's sustainability programs have been polygon mapped. Some of the work has also involved the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. Its Indonesia Mission Director Jeff Cohen said, "We are proud to be working together with Ofi and the Hershey Company to encourage cacao farmers to adopt more sustainable agricultural practices, like diversifying their crops and allowing more trees to remain on their land, which will strengthen their resilience against climate shocks and improve their livelihoods. Technology is critical to delivering impact with USAID and other partners." Ofi said its latest advancements leveraging the capabilities of its sustainability management system at source. This technology can be available to customers upon request, providing companies with detailed data and insights on where and how their cacao and other Ofi ingredients are sourced, including their social and environmental impact. It also complements specific solutions that Ofi is implementing to prepare for the incoming European deforestation regulations. This technology includes a carbon stock monitoring and measurement tool created in partnership with geospatial specialists and GIS, uses AI-powered analysis to provide high-quality data on forest cover and tree loss to help customers monitor for deforestation, as well as understand how interventions like agroforestry and shade tree planting affect carbon stocks across different plots of land. An award-winning carbon scenario that enables customers to understand the impact of different agricultural practices on GHG emissions and model the most efficient methods for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in their supply chain and delivering on their Scope 3 emissions targets. An updated cacao farmer income tool shows detailed income estimates for a representative sample of farmers in OFI's cacao sustainability programs. The tool provides a clearer picture of where actions on the ground are helping cacao farmers earn more and where customers can partner with OFI on initiatives to help close income gaps. OFI Cacao Managing Director and CEO Tejinder Singh Sarian said the granularity of our data, coupled with our extensive footprint on the ground in origin countries and strong relationships with the farmers, means we can continue to move the needle with collaborators like you said. We're also investing in technology to help some of the world's biggest food and beverage brands meet the demand from their consumers for delicious on-trend products with robust sustainability credentials. I'm incredibly grateful that our customers continue to partner with us on our Cacao Compass sustainability journey. Although there are no easy solutions to complex challenges facing cacao farmers and the natural world, I'm proud of the impact we're having together. A new technology that uses light to kill harmful bacteria is being tested by researchers at the University of Birmingham to see how effective it is for tackling common foodborne diseases. Developed by Italian translation research company BioVitae, the technology uses light at specific wavelengths within the visible spectrum to which microbes are known to be sensitive. Thanks to light being within the visible spectrum, it can be incorporated into light bulbs and continuously sanitize an entire room. BioVitae worked with the university to investigate how effective the technology is in killing bacteria, including E. coli and Listeria. Preliminary results were presented at a conference at the company's headquarters on Tuesday, the 28th May. The team demonstrated how the technology provided a significant reduction in populations of harmful bacteria on different surfaces, including both glass and stainless steel. It suggested the light has potential to offer a non-chemical, sustainable solution for improving food safety and public health. Dr. Helen Onyike, Associate Professor of Food Microbiology and Deputy Director of the Birmingham Institute of Sustainability and Climate Action, said the rise of antimicrobial resistance poses a severe threat to global health. Our research with BioVitae visible light technology presents a promising, sustainable solution to reduce microbial contamination. Commenting on the collaboration, BioVitae Chief Executive hopes the technology could offer an active and sustainable contribution to the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Dr. Taghi Muri, Assistant Professor of Sustainable Food Processing in Chemical and Engineering at the University of Birmingham, added, "This technology not only supports better hygiene practices, but also aligns with sustainability goals by offering a non-chemical method to combat pathogens effectively. Antimicrobial resistance is when bacteria adapt to become resistant to the killing effects of antimicrobials, such as antibiotics. This resistance subsequently makes such infections in humans difficult to treat with drugs." Anyone who has seen that governments come and go and has followed current affairs over the past few years will know the UK's challenges will not magically disappear with a change at the top. Whichever party wins the 4th of July general election must still tackle import issues at borders, climate change and the continued impact, cost of living crisis and inflation. On the last 2 points, some will say the danger has passed. However, the economic climate we have faced in the past 2 years has a long tail. Although raw material and commodity prices are shrinking, businesses and consumers must still budget to include costs significantly higher than for the pandemic. The added costs of Brexit in terms of exporting to the EU and importing from the continent must still be borne. And while there are significant export opportunities outside the EU, building international trade won't replace lost EU revenue anytime soon. All these shocks often have delayed implications. Companies may be able to eat into reserves for a year or two before running on empty and making tough decisions. If they have been holding a tight purse strings, they will now be starting to face the consequences of limiting investment. The same goes for the public. That doesn't account for any imminent curveballs in terms of geopolitical unrest in the Middle East or Eastern Europe. That could mess with supply chains and prices all over again. It doesn't help that Westminster and Whitehall seem to have applied an overly strict definition of PERDA, the period leading up to the election, cancelling all engagement with industry, even on matters essential to trade. With Parliament now dissolved, there have also been no sitting MPs as of yesterday. That means any traders floundering with border issues are getting a little support on queries from DEFRA. The dissolution of Parliament also means outstanding Commons business is now unlikely to be addressed. That includes the controversial introduction of GB-wide not for EU labelling, at least by the 1st of October. It also shelves the fairer labelling consultation. The new government has only a short time before the summer recess, as the new parliament has been called to meet on the 9th of July. State opening of parliament and the King's speech will follow on the 17th of July, just 5 days before recess and no return until the autumn. So what can the food industry expect from the general election? By all accounts, the polls that matter have Labour leading by a significant amount, yet given our voting system, Labour would have to win by a landslide to secure a decent majority of seats. That also depends on a good voter turnout. A hung parliament is not completely out of the question if the Conservatives stage a strong enough campaign. Whoever wins the day will be working with limited coffers, which in theory means they could lean on the food sector more to get things done. Growing the economy and keeping inflation stable remains a core consideration. Equally, dealing with climate impact and the environmental agenda will be a priority for parliamentary business, if not political campaigning. Regardless of what happens to the fairer labelling consultation, food labelling to highlight eco-friendly and healthy eating credentials and animal welfare concerns will rank highly, as will the wider health agenda, as health lobbyists are pushing ultra-processed food concerns to the top of the list. Ultimately, all we can do is sit tight and wait and re-engage with government as soon as we get a chance. Beleaguered is perhaps too strong an adjective to describe the forthcoming European Union Deforestation Regulations EUDR, but when the bloc's Director General for Trade goes on record as describing its current state as extremely burdensome, then Brussels may have a problem with its new law. This publication has sent a list of questions to the European Commission spokesperson service for clarity regarding the EUDR's impact on the cacao sector. However, these queries have remained unanswered, raising concerns about transparency of the process. In accordance with the EUDR, operators dealing with cacao and other commodities such as coffee, cattle oil, palm, rubber, soy and wood must provide sufficient evidence of non-deforestation in the crops where their products are sourced from as far back as the 31st of December 2020. Products that do not meet the new due diligence requirements are prohibited from commercialisation in the EU market after the 30th of December 2024. The news reported EU Commission Policy Officer Zoe Druhel's comments at Amsterdam Cacao Week in February that there was no plan B, despite the most significant unknown being the impact of the new rules on farmers. She reassured the cacao sector that Team Europe would be issuing further guidance, which has not yet been forthcoming. In an exclusive, Palm Oil Monitor has reported that Sabine Weyand, the European Commission's Director General for Trade, bluntly questioned the bloc's handling of the EUDR with its trading partners. It revealed that at an event at the Institute for International and European Affairs, she acknowledged that the EUDR and its approach to trade and sustainability had created significant problems for its standing in the world. We should learn some lessons from the opposition we are currently facing with respect to the deforestation regulations. We have to recognise that the means are extremely burdensome and difficult to meet for developing countries, and notably for small and medium-sized businesses and smallholders in these countries. Palm Oil Monitor said the comments come from a leaked internal EU briefing from the Commission's Director General for International Partnerships, which also took a swing at the EU's approach to trade and environment and its impact on our trade partners. The document says the EU should thoroughly assess the impact of EU environmental regulations on our partners and mitigate negative externalities. Going forward, it will be key to assess environmental regulations before these are agreed upon in a holistic manner, better considering their cumulative impacts, particularly on partner countries. The 46 least developed countries are, for instance, important partners for the EU when it comes to our geopolitical positioning. Writing in the Financial Times, Alan Beatty was highly critical of the Brussels approach, comparing it to colonial-era policies. Indonesian accusations of oppression by Europeans are being aired again, this time over Brussels' demands that palm oil producers prove that their exports to the EU do not cause deforestation. Indonesia won its independence from the Netherlands, which, like the rest of Western Europe, raised most of its forests centuries ago in the process of getting rich, in a war in the 1940s. But the country's palm oil producers are still being forced to follow rules dictated in Europe. Large-scale foreign-owned producers such as Sofin will almost certainly find it easier to comply than with Indonesian smallholders. Weyand also acknowledged that the EU's approach on sustainability in trade agreements is effectively halting progress on the Indonesian-EU FTFA, the Free Trade Agreement. According to Palm Oil Monitor, the reason is the EU's sanctions-based approach in FTAs where the EU adds an additional compliance burden for partners based on sustainability. John Clark, the former Director of International Relations at the European Commission, also contributed to the debate with a recent opinion piece in Euronews. The EU must moderate the sustainability aspect of its FDA's agenda and engage with partners on climate and environmental challenges, of which farmers are first victims. Palm Oil Monitor said there's much at stake for Brussels now, and the divisions within the EU Commission appear to be getting wider on the EUDR as the election approaches. Supermarket giant Tesco is trialling the use of laser-edged labels on its extra-large avocado range as part of plans to reduce plastic and the environmental impact of the line. High-powered lasers remove a tiny section of the top layer of skin if extra-large avocados sold by the retailer. Supplier Westphalia Fruit said avocados were the candidate for the new tech due to the thickness of the fruit's outer skin, a process that takes less than a third of a second. Etching the fruit sizing label into the skin of the fruit has no effect on the quality, shelf life, and taste of fruit, according to Westphalia. Tesco said it had started trialling the next labelling method on avocados as they gave it the most visual impact. It is also trialling replacing the plastic tray packaging for two of its most popular avocado lines with a cardboard container that is easier to recycle. The new laser-edged fruits will appear in about 270 Tesco stores in the southeast of England, with plans to roll out across the entire estate should the trial prove successful. Tesco avocado buyer Lisa Gilby said, "We're always looking for innovative ways to reduce the environmental impact of our products and cut down on plastic waste in the home through changes to our packaging. We're really excited to hear customer feedback on our new laser-edged avocados, avoiding the need for a barcode sticker that can be easily forgotten and left on when recycling it through household food waste." Should the changes be rolled out to all Tesco stores, the retailer claimed it would save more than 20 million pieces of plastic tray packaging from the twin-pack avocado alone, increasing up to 25 million pieces across the pre-packed range. Further, it would also save nearly 1 million plastic stickers on its loose extra-large avocados, based on the current sales information provided by the supplier. Westphalia Fruit General Manager Graham Isaac said its main priorities were to reduce and, wherever possible, remove plastic from its packaging to contribute to solving the plastic waste challenge. We are confident that with a clear focus and united effort, as an industry, we will be able to significantly reduce our waste, use natural resources responsibly, and protect the environment and biodiversity for all of our futures. A new impact investment partnership, Women for Chocolate, has launched in Ghana to ensure the success of women cacao farmers. The collaboration between the Seattle Chocolate Company, Specialty Cacao and Chocolate Associates, African Cacao Marketplace, Three Mountains Cacao, and Ricolto Ghana has brought a new level of support for the country's female cacao farmers. Steered by Seattle Chocolate's women-powered ethos and support for women and girls locally and globally, its driving force was behind the collaboration, and its successful first phase has now led to a second round of impact investment. In the startup phase, Specialty Cacao and Chocolate Associates worked with Seattle Chocolate to strategize the company's first impact investment in West Africa. Increased access to water and improved planting materials were identified as top priorities. New startup African Cacao Marketplace then led project implementation with Cacao MMA and Three Mountains Cacao Cooperatives. Earlier this year, Seattle Chocolate owner and CEO John Thompson and brand manager Ellie Thompson visited Ghana to see the results of these impact investments in the Three Mountains community of Takie Krom in Ashanti region, which included a refurbished borehole, a new borehole, and a new seedling nursery. Thompson said it was a long journey from Seattle to the Three Mountains Cacao Cooperative, and it enabled us to better understand the challenges farmers face operating in such remote locations. It was an honour to be there with the entire community to christen the new well and seedling nursery. Being there and speaking with farmers, we could really feel the immense impact these investments will make in their lives every day. It was so gratifying to use some of the profits from the sale of chocolate in the USA to help the hard-working farmers in Ghana. For the second phase, Seattle Chocolate is co-founding an innovative capacity-building partnership with Ricolto Ghana. This phase builds upon Ricolto's ongoing cacao program in Ghana, which is supported by the Belgian Directorate General for Development, Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid, DGD. Women for Chocolate will be carried out in collaboration with Three Mountains Cacao and their farmer groups. A special emphasis will be placed on assisting widows and other financially disadvantaged people with skills to help them prosper. These Three Mountains cacao founder Leslie Agaye said, hosting chocolate makers from Seattle here in Ghana, we were able to share the first-hand realities of cacao cultivation and the challenges farmers face. The community's appreciation for the new borehole and seedling nursery, with ceremony and song, showcased the positive reciprocal impact of these investments. The Federal Association of the German Confectionery Industry, BDSI, is specifically demanding a set of measures for future European legislation. It recommends revitalising and strengthening the internal market concept in European legislation. Consistent action by the EU Commission against national unilateral actions that threatens to restrict the free movements of goods and, in particular, the marketing of products from other member states. And 3, restoring a good balance between the free movement of goods and national consumer and health protection, in line with a key case law of the European Court of Justice. Just over 20 years ago, the European Union was enlarged to include 10 Central and Eastern European countries, a decisive step towards European unity and prosperity in Europe. The BDSI recognises that this has not only benefited the German confectionery industry, which has since invested in Eastern Europe and expanded cross-border trade, but also that producers in Eastern Europe have also found and continue to find new markets in the European Union thanks to harmonised legal frame. However, it claims the BDSI there have been a worrying trend in recent years, with the single market becoming increasingly fragmented by inconsistent national laws under the guise of consumer protection. It says that this fragmentation threatens the very essence of the European idea, the free movement of goods and the participation of small and medium-sized enterprises in the economic development of other member states. On the 20th anniversary of the EU's eastward expansion and shortly before the European elections, we are at a turning point. It is high time to take action against the erosion of the internal market and to strengthen the uniform legal framework, says Dr. Carsten Bernoth, Managing Director of BDSI. Whereas in the past the main focus was on language barriers, there are now a large number of different national regulations, for example, with regard to requirements for declarations packaging. In a major update, Nestlé says its Income Accelerator program is helping cacao farmers substantially improve cacao productivity and increase their net income. According to a report published by Kit Institute, high-quality pruning of Income Accelerator cacao farms contributed to a 32% increase in cacao yields. The total net income of Income Accelerator households rose by 38%, resulting in a higher proportion of these households achieving a living income. The Kit Institute said its report is based on a study conducted over the first 18 months of the Income Accelerator program, in which a sample of 2,000 households spanning 28 cooperatives in Côte d'Ivoire were examined. The test scale of Nestlé's Income Accelerator program has confirmed the initial results we saw in the pilot phase, said Daryl High, Global Cacao Manager at Nestlé. The program is transforming the way cacao is farmed by professionalising labour and ensuring trees are pruned. It is great to see that these professionally pruned farms deliver higher yields, which translate to higher income for cacao farming families. By putting the family at the centre of the program, we empower women who are supporting their children's education and are pursuing opportunities to diversify their households' income. The study additionally found that Nestlé's program has effectively mitigated diseases and pests on farms. Thanks to the implementation of good agricultural practices, the program has facilitated income diversification, promoted financial access, and positively influenced women empowerment and child schooling rates. Nestlé said school enrollment is a key focus area of the Income Accelerator program, and the proportion of children attending school increased by 10%, versus 5 points in the comparison group. Furthermore, the confectionery giant claimed there has been a remarkable surge in the proportion of households investing in small businesses such as agro-processing, boutiques, barbershops, or soap making. According to the news data, the increase is more than doubled, rising from 21% in 2022 to 55% in 2023. Nestlé clarified that at the time of the study, these activities were still in an exploratory phase and had not yet generated significant income changes. We are continuing to gather feedback from the farming families to learn and adapt the program accordingly. We're excited to have started to scale the program to 30,000 farming households and will continue to support on our progress. The Hershey Company reported an uptick in sales, income and earnings per share when it announced net sales and earnings for the first quarter ended 31st March 2024. Hershey also reaffirmed its 2024 net sales and earnings outlook and said profits were up by over 20%, with operating profits also up over 32% at over $1 billion. The company stated that this increase was driven by sales growth price realization, productivity, and derivative mark-to-market gains, which more than offset commodity inflation, higher brand investment, business realignment activities, and acquisition and integration-related costs. Analysts at TradingView.com said this likely reflected that companies like Hershey and Mondelez, who reported results earlier in the week, had recovered mainly from the historically high cow prices experienced earlier this year. This, plus Easter chocolate sales, boosted profits compared with quarter 4 earnings. We are off to a strong start and remain on track to deliver our business strategies and financial commitments for the year, said Michelle Butt, the Hershey Company President and Chief Executive Officer. Our investments in innovation, marketing, and in-store execution are driving consumer engagement and improving market share performance across segments. We're successfully operating in our new ERP system, a major milestone towards achieving our previously announced agility and efficiency targets. As we continue to navigate recent volatility in the business, we remain committed to strategies that drive long-term growth and sustainable value creation. The North America Confectionery segment reported segment income of $948.2 million in the first quarter of 2024, an increase of 6.8% versus the prior year period. This resulted in a segment margin of 35% in the quarter, at a decrease of 120 basis points. Segment income gains were driven by higher sales, while margin declines were driven by increased commodity costs, outpacing price realization and productivity. Hershey confirmed that segment net sales were $2,707.3 million in the first quarter of 2024, an increase of 10.4% versus the same period last year. Growth was driven primarily by accelerated shipments related to the company's April ERP implementation, which came in ahead of expectations and is expected to reverse in the second quarter. Excluding inventory, sales grew low single digits, in line with expectations as gains from price realization were offset by conversion-related volume declines. The company's U.S. candy, mint, and gum, as CMG, retail takeaway in the multi-outlet plus convenience store channels, increased 1.1% for the 12-week period ended April 14, 2024. This 12-week period includes the full Easter season in both the current and year-ago periods, enabling a more accurate year-on-year comparisons. Hershey's CMG share declined 10 basis points compared to the prior year. Organic net sales growth outpaced retail takeaway due to accelerated shipments, supporting the company's ERP implementation in early April. According to the TradingView.com, the company stuck to its financial forecast at 2024 figures, which included disappointingly flat sales figures and a 0 increase in earnings. This current guidance included 2 to 3% net sales growth for 2024 and a 0% increase to both EPS and adjusted EPS growth. This is unlikely to impress investors, but also will likely do no damage to Hershey's stock price, as this was the previously communicated outlook as well and represents no massive shock to shareholders. The highlights for the first quarter for Hershey include consolidated net sales of $3,252.7 million, an increase of 8.9%. Organic constant currency net sales increased by 8.6%. A reported net income of $797.5 million, or $3.89 per share diluted, an increase of 36.5%. And adjusted earnings per share diluted of $3.07, an increase of 3.7%. Endangered Species Chocolate ESC is set to captivate the snacking world by unveiling Dip and Joy, a one-of-a-kind interactive chocolate experience at the Sweet and Snacks Expo 2024 in Indianapolis. As an Indianapolis-based brand, ESC will make the most of hometown exposure when more than 16,000 attendees are expected to descend on the visiting 1,000 exhibitors across 250,000 square feet show floor at the Indianapolis Convention Center in Indianapolis, Indiana, from the 14th to the 16th of May. ESC says it is on a mission to sweeten the world while protecting it by donating 10% of net profits to species, habitats, and humanity. The sustainable premium brand claims that Dip and Joy is not your average chocolate treat. It's a snacking adventure waiting to happen. Picture this: 3 luscious dark chocolate batons, the kind ESC fans already swoon over, diving headfirst into a pool of decadent peanut butter, almond butter, or salted caramel. Chief Revenue Officer Whitney Bebelbitner said, "We're not just launching a chocolate snack, we're unveiling an experience. Dip and Joy lets you indulge in a chocolatey escapade and embodies our commitment to spreading joy and positivity in every delicious bite. Each flavour of Dip and Joy retails at $3.79, contains 3 dark chocolate batons and a pool of delicious dip, and upholds ESC's commitment to Cacao Horizons, non-GMO, gluten-free and kosher dairy certified products, ensuring the highest quality. After a topsy-turvy week, wild cacao prices recovered on Tuesday after registering losses of more than 20% the week prior, but the market is still struggling with a lull in trading. Cacao's run this year means traders have had to come up with more money to pay margin calls, forcing them to close out positions. According to the exchange data compiled by Bloomberg, the aggregate open interest in New York cacao, or the number of outstanding contracts, has fallen to the lowest since 2011. Before the recent market turndown, cacao futures, which serve as a global benchmark for bean pricing, had surged in value this year. This was largely due to adverse weather conditions and disease outbreaks in key cacao producers, Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. Nigeria, another major producer, reported a rise in cacao exports, further adding to overall supply. These factors led to a price correction, with cacao futures dropping over 25% in just 2 days, said Bernard Kidao Angchang, OFI cacao sourcing officer. In April, futures almost hit an eye-watering at $12,000 a tonne, but they have since slid to near $7,500, offering some relief to buyers. Jim Romer, a respected meteorologist and commodity trading advisor, warned a few weeks ago that investing in cacao during a 400% rally would be a grave error. He predicted prices could mirror the infamous tulip craze of the 1600s. He explained in his newsletter that Dutch tulip trading is the first well-documented speculative commodity bubble. The same thing has just happened to cacao prices. For cacao, this is the first time of the year that the smaller West African mid-crop hits the market. This often results in hedge fund selling occurring ahead of and during harvest. He argued that most of the bullishness in cacao was already built into prices. This is something I have been preaching to my newsletter clients for a couple of months. That the seasonals would ultimately become bearish, believing that a market asset or financial instrument is going to experience a downward trajectory for cacao. Reuters reported that cacao's ascent left many fiscal market players out of pocket and has even driven hedge funds away, dealers said, leaving the futures market in the hands of algorithmic funds programmed to follow similar technical signals. Without liquidity, these funds exaggerate price swings on both the upside and downside. Buying more physical cacao would require traders to hedge their purchases in the futures market, just as a spike in volatility forces them to put up more money to cover margin calls. Is there a concrete bit of news that drove the market here? No. Jonathan Potman, head of agriculture share sales at Merit, says the current cash crunch is now forcing traders to delay purchases from the top producing countries such as Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, which means already struggling farmers won't be paid. The good news is that recent rains in West Africa could boost the mid-crop harvest, and both countries have reportedly raised the price paid to farmers in a bid for them to grow more, increasing the supply of beans back to the market. When Mondelez International searches externally for savoury snack and confectionery innovation, what kinds of startups is it looking for? Mondelez International doesn't always innovate in-house. The snacks major also keeps an eye on the startup landscape, and when it finds a good fit, invests by its corporate venture arm, Snack Futures Ventures. When investments in consumer packaged goods (CPG) startups are made, it's with a view to acquiring that business. The snacks major has made some noteworthy acquisitions in recent years, including paying $2 billion or 1.87 billion euros for croissant and baked snacks maker Chipita, $2.9 billion for snacks bar brand Cliff Bar and Company, and $1.3 billion for confectionery business Ricolino. So how does Mondelez choose its investments? The snack giant selects businesses with potential to be really disruptive in the snacking space, according to Richie Gray, global head of Snack Futures Ventures, because ultimately we would see that being part of the Mondelez portfolio in the future. Although well known for its confectionery portfolio, Mondelez owns big name chocolate brands such as Cadbury, Milka and Toblerone, amongst others. The company sees itself first and foremost as a snacking company. We aim to be the biggest snacking company in the world, and our purpose is around making the right snacks for the right occasion, targeting the right people, explained Gray, who works out of Mondelez's European headquarters in Switzerland. For Mondelez, confectionery falls under the snacks umbrella, So when the company looks for innovations in the snacking category, it could mean anything from confectionery to chocolate biscuits, baked snacks, bars, cakes, and pastries. Snacking is quite broad, and actually that's the beauty of it. It's why we chose to be unashamedly a snacking company, because it's such a massive space to play in. As to the size of the startup, CPG's Mondelez might be interested in investing in, it's mostly going for later stage businesses. The company wants to see real signs of traction, success, and scaling up. Do snacking investments need to be healthy? Health, nutrition, and sustainability are table stakes for Mondelez's investment criteria. On the health and nutrition side of things, the company is invested in mindful snacking. According to Mondelez's most recent State of Snacking report, 67% of respondents are looking for snacks that are portion controlled, and 70% would rather have a small portion of indulgent snack instead of a bigger portion of a low-fat/sugar alternative version. There is still a role for indulgence, said Gray. We talk about permissible indulgence, meaning brands or products that are still tasty, still about an indulgent moment, but delivered in a healthier way with less sugar and less fat. The real sweet spot comes when you find businesses that are really delivering on the health credentials, that are also delivering on taste, because taste is still paramount in the snacking world. When assessing fat, sugar, and salt content in a product, the company uses the Nutri model used to identify HFSS products in the UK, and also uses Nutri-Score as a guideline. Mondelez is very aware of clean label too. The company has observed consumers reading products back of pack information more than ever, and wants to make sure it's hitting the mark with recognizable ingredients. Real nutrition or functional snacking is also on Mondelez's radar. Gut health is really taking hold within snacking, and I'm quite interested in the area of personalization when it comes to snacking choices. Sustainable snacking, from ingredients to packaging. When looking to invest in snacking startups, environmental sustainability is also front of mind for the Snack Futures Ventures team. Consumers want sustainable ingredients that are responsibly sourced and transported. This is reflected in Mondelez's State of Snacking report, which found that 54% of respondents are making an effort to eat more plant-based snacks. We're always interested in businesses that generally have a low carbon footprint, are using less water, or are supporting regenerative agriculture. But it's not all about ingredients. Packaging is a sustainability concern for consumers who increasingly want less plastic in their snack wrappers. According to Mondelez research, consumers want to snack with purpose. Close to 3/4 at 74% of consumers typically recycle their snack packaging, and 67% said they prioritize snacks that have less plastic packaging. Packaging is also related to convenience. Mondelez has long recognized convenience as a mega trend in the snacking, so much so that these days it's almost a given that its snack formats be easy to consume, according to Gray. But looking beyond convenience, Snack Futures Ventures is also interested in packaging capable of either enhancing the overall consumption experience or making a product more luxurious. Mondelez's corporate venture arm already has a number of startups in its portfolio, and not all are CPGs. The company is also investing in technology companies, which it sometimes approaches with a different aim. When we invest in technologies, it's not necessarily about acquisition. It's about finding the right technologies to partner with, and the investment is more a means to an end in that case. On the CPG side of things, Mondelez has invested in early-stage startup Craze, which makes snacks based on reapers, a northern South American dish made from ground maize dough stuffed with filling. It's a tortilla type of product with some really innovative, unusual flavors, including banana, coconut, and guava. It's a unique product with a unique process to develop it. We see it as having the potential to really disrupt the cracker space. The snacks giant also invested in and has since fully acquired US-based premium vegan chocolate brand Coon. Mondelez is also investing in B2B startups such as Israel-headquartered cell-based cow startup Celeste Bio and snacking technology startup Tor Food Tech. The format has potential to improve sustainability and reduce cost of cow. We'll continue to monitor and work in the regulatory landscape associated with that one. Tor Food Tech, which wields ingredients to replace sugar binders in snacks, can already be applied to Mondelez snacks portfolio. That technology allows you to create a snack bar with no added sugar, because you don't require anything to bind the ingredients. These are examples of enabling technologies, and we're certainly looking for more examples like that in this space. Gummy supplement manufacturer Top Gun Industries has announced it is launching a new clean label iron gum formula with no metallic aftertaste or added sugar. Iron gum is the latest addition to Top Gun's gum gummaceutical line which helps people overcome obstacles to iron supplements. Vegan gummies do not have a metal-like taste, which is typical of iron supplements, the company claimed. Their pleasing flavour and smooth-textured element eliminates the need for consumers to swallow large pills. Iron Gum combines technologies to deliver a high-dose iron supplement without the unpleasant metallic aftertaste. The patent-pending gummaceutical technology makes great-tasting chewable gummies with no added sugar, said Dora Deloyer, Chief Product Officer for Top Gum. The formula uses fructo-oligosaccharide (FOS) fibers, which are plant-biotic dietary fibers with natural sweetness. FOS fibers get digested only once they reach the colon. These natural prebiotic fibers ease digestion and enhance nutrient absorption. He added that the proprietary Top Cap's micro-encapsulation system masks unpleasant flavors while efficiently supplying iron and other active ingredients. We have applied our proprietary capabilities to design clean label gummies without adding sugar, artificial sweeteners, or sugar alcohols. We only use natural colors and flavors. Our vegan pectin-based formula further sets our non-GMO iron gum products apart. Nestle has launched a new Sharo marketing campaign in the UK and Ireland with an on-pack promotion that will see more than 33,000 sharing bars of Aero Peppermint up for grabs. The original bubbly chocolate brand promotion opened this week and will run until the 21st of July. Participating is as easy as scanning the QR code on the back racial packs to visit the website. There you'll be asked to enter your details and the last 4 digits of your pack barcode to find out instantly if you've won. It's that simple. Lucky winners will receive a bubbly bar of Peppermint Aero in a special gift box through the post, which they can share with friends, family, colleagues, or whoever they choose. This is our biggest promotion yet, and there's a lot of Aero chocolate to be won and shared, said Michael Cahoe, Aero Assistant Brand Manager. We wanted to do something that would encourage people to get together and share their Aero. The prizes come in a lovely gift box with a card included that people can dedicate to whoever they would like. As part of the Sharo campaign, a range of Aero melts, bubbles, and sharing bars will also be wrapped in exclusive limited edition pack designs. These designs feature special phrases about why people might want to share their Aero, adding a touch of exclusivity to your chocolate experience. The annual Sweets and Snacks Expo convenes thousands of confectionery and snack industry professionals, hundreds of chocolate and candy companies for the largest trade event in North America. After 25 years in Chicago, it is moving on to a new home in Indianapolis. The NCA John Downs explains why. How do you describe the Sweet and Snacks Expo? It's clear from the moment you arrive on the show floor, the Sweets and Snacks Expo is the center of the candy and snack universe. Our show is the largest candy and snack event in the Americas and is uniquely positioned to convene 2 dynamic and exciting categories: retailers, manufacturers, brokers, and suppliers alike, for an action-packed week of education sessions, networking opportunities, and key insights. This year, we'll have more than 16,000 attendees visiting 1,000 exhibitors across 250,000 square feet of show floor. And for Indianapolis Colts fans, that's about 5 Lucas Oil Stadium football fields. Why did the show move? We have a big and bold opportunity with our great strategic partners in Indianapolis, including the Governor of Indiana, the Mayor of Indianapolis, and the Visit Indy team. It is unquestionably the right city to meet the growing demands for our show and enable us to continue to provide the innovation, insights, and connections that our community wants and needs. Indianapolis has hosted many top-tier events successfully, and now Sweets and Snacks joins the ranks of these world-class events. What are the most exciting parts of moving to Indianapolis? We have built such a strong sense of community over nearly 3 decades, and attending the show is always a vibrant experience. But our new location gives us opportunities outside of the convention center as well, including attending an official Indy 500 practice session, a truly only in Indy experience that simply can't be replicated. What is the value of the show for attendees? With the entirety of the candy and snack industries under one roof, there is no better way to build business connections than by being at the show. Top industry experts will be at the show to provide invaluable insights to our attendees with an education series that is second to none. And of course, countless innovative candy and snack products will debut at Sweet and Snacks Expo, making it a very flavorful experience. What is the strategic advantage of attending the show? The opportunity for both exhibitors and retail attendees is unmatched. This show has become a vital part of the decision-making process for retailers of all sizes, allowing them to stay ahead of trends as they seek products to delight consumers. There is no better place for exhibitors to showcase their products than at Sweets and Snacks, especially as the show continues to grow into the future. Warheads, a brand of Impact Confectionery Incorporated, has launched Sour Berry Mix Cubes, a sweet addition to its #1 selling chewy line. The Wisconsin-based company said these six-sided sour and sweet sensations burst with berry goodness and make for an addicting sour experience. Impact Confections has been a confectioner leader since 1985, when its original extreme sour hard candy was introduced into the USA. By tapping into 90s nostalgia and continuing to innovate their lineup, Warheads remains a sought-out candy for super sour fanatics. With over 2.7 million followers on social media and worldwide distribution, the company said it learned and leaned on its fans, asking for requests on flavor innovation. While berry was an easy choice to add to the assortment, we still leaned on Warheads fans to give them what they want, said Lindsay Carlin, VP of Marketing and Product Development at Impact Confections. The Warheads consumer wants two things: fun, fruity flavors and sour. Sour berry cubes not only meet their flavor expectations, but provide a new experience in our fan favorite cubes shape. Dairy-free chocolate maker Move Free is strengthening its sustainability credentials with the launch of the Hub, a business tool offering the manufacturer complete traceability across its supply chain. Developed after a 2014 investment in traceability technology, the system has evolved over time to accommodate the business's changing requirements. Move Free said that the Hub holds information such as product makeups and recipe formulations to raw materials and packaging, and feeds into the planning tool to manage usage and stock levels. It logs all traceability information from raw materials to finished goods and holds all historical sales data by customer by line, as well as all orders, shipments and invoicing. The Hub is a new program developed to aid the running of Move Free, explained Louise Adams, Move Free's technical director. Installing the technology was vital to ensure we had close controls over all of our raw materials and finished goods. Co-founder Mike Jessup continued to develop the system with input from department heads and operators to keep up with Move Free's ongoing growth and create better user experience, quicker information gathering, and seamless processes to manage all aspects of business. Move Free's traceability process also includes supplier auditing to ensure suppliers meet the company's brand standards, product recipe makeup management, raw material, raw ingredient intake management, production line and operator information, best before dates of ingredients, production units, and dispatch management to end customers. Adams said the system has proven invaluable to the business, especially when it is required to complete traceability exercises. The system allows both forward and backward traceability of raw materials, packaging, and finished goods. The trace data is captured throughout the production process and onto the dispatch of products linked to customer orders. This is all achievable instantly within a few clicks of the Hub. The amount of time this has saved is unmeasurable, and the days of trying to reconcile archived paperwork are thankfully a thing of the past. From creamy chocolates to chewy candies, plant-based options are paving the way for a more inclusive and passionate approach to snacking that caters to the diverse tastes and preferences of consumers worldwide. We look at some of the key trends. Exploring diversity in taste. One of the most remarkable aspects of plant-based confectionery is its ability to cater to a wide range of taste preferences, whether you crave the rich, indulgent flavour of dark chocolate or prefer the subtle sweetness of fruit-based candies. There is a plant-based treat to satisfy every palate. Manufacturers are harnessing the natural flavours of ingredients like nuts, fruits and spices to create confections that are as tantalising to the taste buds as they are guilt-free. Innovation in texture. Texture plays a crucial role in the enjoyment of confectionery, and plant-based alternatives are rising to the challenge, with innovative formulations from velvety truffles to crispy rice treats. Plant-based confections offer a diverse array of textures that rival their traditional counterparts. Ingredients like coconut oil, almond flour, and aquafaba, the liquid from canned chickpeas, are used to achieve the perfect balance of chewiness, creaminess, and crunch, ensuring that every bite is a delight. Meeting dietary needs. In addition to catering to diverse taste preferences, plant-based confectionery also addresses the dietary needs of a growing number of consumers. Whether due to ethical concerns, health reasons, or food allergies, many people are seeking alternatives to traditional animal-based sweets. Plant-based options provide a guilt-free indulgence that is free from animal products, making them suitable for vegans, vegetarians, and those lactose or gluten intolerances. Environmental sustainability. Beyond the taste and dietary considerations, the rise of plant-based confectionery is driven by a growing awareness of the environmental impact of food production. The cultivation of plant-based ingredients typically requires fewer resources and produces fewer greenhouse gas emissions than animal agriculture, making plant-based confections a more sustainable choice for environmentally conscious consumers. By opting for plant-based sweets, consumers can satisfy their cravings while reducing their carbon footprint. Global flavours. During research for this special edition, they found that the appeal of plant-based confectionery extends beyond its taste and sustainability credentials. It also reflects the rich tapestry of culinary traditions from around the world, from the creamy coconut-infused sweets of Southeast Asia to the aromatic spices of the Middle East. Plant-based confections draw inspiration from a diverse array of cultural influences. By embracing these global flavours, manufacturers are not only expanding their product offerings, but also celebrating the rich heritage of confectionery craftsmanship. The sweet revolution. As consumers become increasingly discerning in their food choices, plant-based confectionery has emerged as a versatile and inclusive option that caters to diverse tastes, dietary needs, and environmental concerns. With its wide range of flavours, textures, and cultural influences, plant-based sweets offer a deliciously satisfying experience that resonates with the palate and the conscious alike. As the sweet revolution continues to gain momentum, plant-based confectionery is poised to become a staple indulgence for consumers around the globe. Mondelez International has maintained the company expects organic net revenue growth of 3% to 5% in its 2024 outlook after the Cadbury parent beat market expectations for the first quarter sales and profits. The firm posted net sales of $9.29 billion for the first quarter, beating analysts' average estimate of $9.16 billion. This was due to consistent demand for chocolates and salted snacks despite rising costs. In a call to analysts and media, Dirk van der Poot, Mondelez International Chair and CEO, said, "We posted solid top-line results in the first quarter, coupled with strong earnings and free cash flow generation. We continue to see momentum in emerging markets where consumer confidence remains strong and our categories remain resilient." Van der Poot acknowledged the challenges faced in the quarter, including disruptions with European clients and the boycott of Western products in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. However, he emphasized the company's resilience, stating that these were one-off factors that did not undermine the overall performance. "We delivered another quarter of strong gross profit dollar growth through ongoing cost discipline and sound pricing. Van der Poot confirmed Mondelez continues accelerating its strategy of global snacking leadership and driving sustainable long-term growth. He underscored the company's commitment to growth, stating, "We are continuing to make significant investments in our brands and capabilities, driving distribution gains and leveraging synergies from our recently acquired assets. This strategic approach is designed to inspire confidence in the company's future." During a continued operating environment that he described as challenging and dynamic, he said the company is focused and agile in dealing with the short term and executing against its long-term growth strategy. While surprising but temporary, the cacao inflation does not affect the fact that our categories remain durable and our growth opportunities remain sizable. Zach Stanmore, senior analyst with eMarketer, told Reuters, "While Mondelez has strong brands in resilient categories such as chocolate and biscuits, consumers will trade down if prices rise too highly." Quarter 1 highlights. Net revenue increased plus 1.4%, driven by organic net growth. Revenue of 4.2% with underlying volume mix of minus 2.1%. Diluted EPS was $1.04, down 31.6%. Adjusted EPS was $0.95, up 16.3% on a constant currency basis. Cash provided by operating activities was $1.3 billion, up $0.2 billion versus prior year. Free cash flow was $1.0 billion, up $0.1 billion versus previous year. And return of capital to shareholders was $1.1 billion. Dutch distributor brand Tony's Chocolonely is partnering with Oxfam and Glastonbury for a second year to raise money to fight poverty by launching limited edition bars that offer fans the opportunity to win tickets to the legendary Arts and Music Festival. Following the success of last year's partnership, Tony's Chocolonely, the impact brand on a mission to end exploitation in cacao, has once again partnered with Glastonbury Festival organisers to give away 5 pairs of tickets to the festival. The tickets will be hidden in limited edition bars that will raise money for the international poverty fighting organisation Oxfam. Last year's joint initiative raised almost £45,000 for Oxfam's work in combating poverty and inequality, an issue deeply intertwined with Tony's mission of providing a living income for cow farmers. Eager to amplify the impact, the three partners are aiming to surpass last year's achievements and connect with a wider audience. Tony's Chocolonely has also announced it is adding a vegan flavour to the mix, extending the opportunity for more fans to enjoy a Tony's treat while trying to find a pair of highly sought-after tickets to the sold-out Glastonbury Festival 2024. Nicola Matthews, UK Head of Marketing at Tony's Chocolonely, said, "At Tony's, we understand that lasting change happens when we join forces with those who bring us closer to making our mission a reality. It's been amazing to see how partnerships made a real difference last year, and we're excited to keep the momentum going and make an even bigger impact this year." Oxfam and Glastonbury are partners to raise awareness of the many issues that continuously affect our world. The Confectionery X Tony's Chocolonely limited edition bars will be available in all Oxfam stores and on the Oxfam online shop while stocks last. There are 5 Choco coupons hidden in the bars, which can each be redeemed for 2 tickets to Glastonbury Festival 2024. Choco coupons must be redeemed for festival tickets by Friday the 21st of June 2024. And you have to visit Glastonbury's terms and conditions or tonyschocholonely.com to find out more to do with the terms and conditions. In the latest edition of All in a Day's Work, Hunter & Gather co-founder and CEO Amy Mooring discusses her career in food and drink to date and sheds light on her goals for the future. She is aged 32 and is both the co-founder and the CEO. Hunter & Gather Foods is based in Essex, and her education comes from a first-class degree in equine studies at Bristol College. Her favourite food and drink, I would have to say a grass-fed British steak with sweet potato fries, and it's a toss-up between our sriracha hot sauce and the garlic mayonnaise. What inspired you to enter food and beverage? As you can tell by my degree, it's not a natural step from equine studies to the food industry, but my passion for animals led me to work in the fast-moving consumer goods via pet food for one of the biggest human food producers, which is where I started to understand more about the human food industry and how I could help make the change in the health of the nation. Tell us about your role. As CEO and co-founder, my role is really varied. I specialise in sales and marketing, but also like to have an overview of total business. I'm active in managing our key rocks process for the senior leadership team, setting the strategy of business direction, as well as overseeing budget management and creation. Being an active founder, I also like to attend events, speak with our community daily via our Facebook group, and generally have my ear to the ground. What does a typical day look like? I would love to say there is a typical day, but in reality, in a scale-up business, there really isn't. I do my best to time block, and I love the inbox zero method, and this helps me keep a clear mind and focus on what matters most in a given day or week. It's important to be flexible and deal with what's in front of you, as it's amazing what curveballs come into a day. My non-negotiable, however, is that I start most days seeing the horses. This gives me a time out in natural morning light and fresh air and makes me ready to start the day. How did you get to where you are today? I've had many different roles, all of which taught me something useful for being a co-founder. I worked multiple jobs in bars, restaurants and shops whilst at college and university, which I self-funded. This helped with having a customer-first approach and being able to juggle priorities and time manage effectively. I worked in equine insurance, which gave me an eye for detail, in a charity, which gave me an eye for stretching budgets, and then finally in sales via the pet food industry at Mars and Lily's Kitchen. It was at Mars and Lily's Kitchen that it really clicked how retail works, and the route to getting healthier products on shelves is partly down to brands being available and showing that there is a consumer need and want. Blend that with mine and my co-founders Jeff Webster's own personal journeys with improving our own health and well-being through ancestral real-life food lifestyle, and the idea for Hunter & Gather was evolved into a brand. When you're having a bad day, what cheers you up? We have a new saying at Hunter that came from US author and former Navy officer Jocko Willink. Good, so now what? Things are inevitably going to happen that are a challenge. So when faced with something seemingly bad, remember that saying, and you will often find that what seemed bad can actually work out for the better in the long run. Apart from that, a doggo cuddle from the office dogs or going for a long horse ride ticks the box. What's your favourite part about the food sector? I love how innovative the food sector is becoming and how end consumers are really taking their health into their own hands and enabling that founded business or businesses founded by working class people like Jeff or I, for example, to flourish. The barrier to entry is lower than, say, tech, for example. If you could change one thing about the food beverage sector, what would it be? Most of our food and drink comes from a handful of key players still, who have big boards with vested interests, which need a profit over the health consumer. I would love to see governments backing more healthier food and drink startups to enable the consumers to have more options. What's next for you and what's the dream? We're really excited to have launched 3 of our mayonnaise products into Tesco in April. It was the first huge step for us and is part of our dream for Hunter & Gather to be available to all major supermarkets in the UK and Europe and cross-category, providing a healthier seed oil-free, refined sugar-free and grain-free solutions across all grocery touchpoints. We want consumers to know that if they see the Hunter & Gather logo in any category, that it's going to be of the highest quality and has their health forefront. Danone is to invest €70 million into medical and nutritional line. The Steenavoord site will be the company's first French-based facility focused on creating products to help patients suffering from disease-related malnutrition. The Steenavoord site has produced Danone products for the last 110 years and currently focuses on producing Danone's specialized nutrition ranges for early life, including Gallia and Bladina brands. The investment into the new medical nutritional line will see the site producing up to 20 million litres of oral nutritional supplements annually from 2026, with €60 million dedicated to recipe production for its Nutritia range. In preparation for the new line, the 430 Steenavoord employees will take part in reskilling and upskilling programs. The investment comes as the rate of chronic diseases increases. Alongside an aging population, disease-related malnutrition is a prevalent issue, affecting 1 in 4 patients admitted to hospital according to the nutrition industry. Our research shows that just 1 in 3 who need medical nutrition receive it. Nutritional needs change as people grow, age, and face health challenges. And at Danone, we believe that we have a responsibility to help generations live as healthily as possible, said Antoine de Saint-Affrique, CEO of Danone. We are continually innovating, investing, and utilising our 125 years of expertise to develop products that are adapted to the growing nutritional needs of millions of patients around the world. This investment is also in line with our renewed Danone strategy and shows our commitment to accelerating our adult medical nutrition product offering to meet healthcare demands and serve more patients. Danone has been undertaking research and innovating in this area for 125 years. This latest investment into medical nutrition follows several others, including the company's new production lines for its Lula Burgaz in Turkey and the Opole site in Poland in 2023. And more recently, the acquisition of US-based functional formulas to boost Danone's medical and nutrition portfolio and expand its food-based tube feeding ranges. Whilst the majority of its latest €70 million investment will be focused on medical nutrition, €10 million will be used to install a biomass boiler. The business claims the boiler will lower the French facility's carbon footprint by almost 70%, in line with its impact journey commitments and enabled by its Refuel Energy Excellence program. Swiss luxury chocolate maker Lindt has launched a plant-based version of its famous Lindor truffles for all non-dairy chocolate lovers. The highly anticipated Lindt Lindor non-dairy oat milk truffles and Lindt Lindor dark chocolate oat milk truffles are the perfect indulgence for those who do not consume dairy products but still crave the premium chocolate experience, according to the company. These delectable, irresistibly smooth truffles are the second plant-based product in the Lindt collection, following the successful 2022 launch of the popular Lindt Classic Dairy Oat Milk Bars. We aspired to craft the best-tasting non-dairy truffle for all chocolate enthusiasts, including those who are avoiding dairy, lactose intolerant, or simply eating more plant-based alternatives, said Lindt master chocolatier Anne Shizaka. We are thrilled that our Lindt Lindor oat milk truffles offer the same luxurious, smooth melting chocolate experience with this exclusively crafted premium oat milk recipe. The new non-dairy chocolate offerings from Lindt Lindor are available in 2 smooth flavours, oat milk and dark oat milk. They are now available to retailers across the United States and online at Lindtusa lintusa.com. With cacao prices at record highs and its sustainability under scrutiny, we explore an alternative that embraces farmer beans flavor failure. When scientists at the University of Helsinki and the Functional Foods Forum in Finland examined 264 participants' sensory reaction to fava beans, the results weren't good. Most disliked the taste, citing bitterness, astringency, and an earthy flavour. But one pioneering confectionery startup, Nokoko, saw potential instead of problems with this flavour profile. Recognising how closely these qualities match cacaos, the Nokoko fava beans could be used as a tasty and sustainable alternative to chocolate. And now it seems the experts agree they are onto something. Since Nokoko has earned itself a spot on the prestigious European Institute of Innovation and Technology's EIT Accelerator Programme. The entrepreneurship opportunity is designed to help groundbreaking food businesses scale their novel businesses, and UK-based Nokoko features alongside 58 selected startups, which comprise 50 from across Europe and 8 from Brazil. Adding the value to fava beans, EIT Food selects startups that challenge conventional practices across the entire food and agricultural value chain and seek to tackle urgent sustainability challenges. Nokoko offers a very promising solution for adding value to fava beans, whose full potential has yet to be further exploited, says Marie Russia, Program Manager at EIT Food Accelerator Network. EIT's Foods Round 1 and 2 evaluators were impressed by Nokoko's vastly experienced team of serial entrepreneurs and scientists, their strategic approach, early achievements, compelling products, and solid experience and knowledge, with the brand's co-founders spending the last decade in the chocolate and food industry. Nokoko not only contributes to a significant shift in sustainable food production, aligning with broader industry trends toward environmental responsibility and innovation, but they're taking an interesting approach trying to develop a product that meets the challenges of this highly CO2 emitting area. EIT Food will allow the brand's next production development and tech validation phase. It is particularly interested in seeing its focus on broadening consumer taste tests and addressing the sustainability concerns, which will be critical in validating their market potential and long-term viability. If you guys are enjoying the content in relation to food industry, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. It helps to support the channel. Nokoko uses a proprietary technology which replicates the same fermentation process that changes cacao beans into chocolate. The startup uses locally sourced fava beans, which undergo a controlled fermentation, drying out, roasting, and grounding process. This powder is then used in the formulation of Nokoko's chocolate products. By joining the EIT Food Accelerator Network program, the firm will gain access to EIT Food's agri-food tech community and receive support to identify any technology gaps and reshape their product tech development map with experts. They will pitch their tech validation case and win up to €50,000 to implement the next stage of their project. As consumers' ethical values become ever more baked into their confectionery choices, from Hershey to Mondelez and Nestle, we explore the ways brands are pivoting to more sustainable practices. In a competitive environment like confectionery, big names tussle for the position of market leader, and in 2024, sustainability has become a key metric influencing consumers' decision-making processes. Indeed, according to chocolate and biscuit leader Mondelez International, which recently published its State of Snacking 2024 report, more than two-thirds of global consumers agree they often opt for brands that align with their values. With revenue in the confectionery sector reaching $1.11 trillion in 2023, and market growth predicted to be 4.77% a year between 2023 and 2027, the rewards for hitting that sweet spot are huge. What are confectionery consumers focused on? Today's confectionery shoppers want products that minimize their environmental impact. In-store and online, 63% of consumers pay attention to brands with proactive plans to reduce their carbon emissions, source ingredients responsibly, and prioritize sustainable supply chains, the Mondelez International report states. Effective sustainable approaches span all companies, processes, procedures, and policies. They do not tend to end at companies' product development stage, but are integral throughout the entire life cycle of confectionery items. Circular economy practices that involve around recycling, reusing, and repurposing are the gold standard of sustainability, supporting the pillars of resource efficiency, waste reduction, prioritizing ethics, and protecting the planet. Here we look at 5 of the leading sustainability trends in confectionery in 2024. 1. Putting a stop to problematic packaging. From paper sleeves and recyclable paper pouches to vegan inks and digital printing, eco-friendly packaging is a crucial indicator of sustainability in confectionery. Single-use packaging for confectionery contributes significantly to the globe's plastic problem, and research published in the journal Science in April 2024 found that 56 multinational companies are responsible for more than half the world's plastic pollution. Nestle was reported as one of the worst offenders, producing 3% of plastic waste. The Swiss multinational giant has committed to making 100% of its packaging recyclable or reusable by 2025. Meanwhile, Montezuma's chocolates have created eco-friendly boxes and wrappers in bold colours and informative packaging to put more sustainable packaging onto the shelves. Cocoa Trait announced in October 2023 that it had become India's first plastic-positive craft chocolate brand by producing wrappers that are upcycled from unused cotton from garment factories and reclaimed cacao shells, meaning they are fully biodegradable. These are wise decisions when you consider that where they can, almost 3/4 or 74% of consumers typically recycle their snack packaging, according to Mondelez's International 2024 report, while 67% of respondents said they prioritise snacks with less plastic packaging. Not only are consumers demanding more sustainable packaging, environmental policies are coming into force to overcome the problem of packaging pollution. In 2024, the Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR) scheme will enter the UK's framework, highlighting the importance of recycling and minimising waste. The EPR seeks to ensure producers pay the total net cost of managing end-of-life food and drink packaging. 2. Embarking on energy-saving carbon offsets. Companies can minimise their energy consumption and environmental footprint using energy-efficient machinery, LED lighting, and solar and wind energy. Leading chocolate brand Hershey, for example, has pledged to lower its greenhouse gas emissions (GHG) emissions by 50% by 2030. It is investing in energy-efficient technologies and exploring renewable energy sources, like solar and wind power, to reduce its environmental impact. There are ingredient-specific measures that will impact a brand's sustainability goals, too. On May 7, 2024, Mars launched its Sustainable Dairy Plan, committing to a $47 million investment over 3 years. The company's new climate-first approach to dairy sourcing, dubbed Moving Dairy Forward, strives to help Mars reach its 2030 target of reducing its dairy sourcing carbon footprint by 50% by 2030. Mars, which owns chocolate brands M&M's and Snickers, reveals that dairy is the second largest contributor to its market business carbon footprint, while raw ingredients comprise over 70% of the company's total greenhouse gas emissions. 3. Upcycling ingredients and waste reduction. By turning waste materials or byproducts into newly repurposed confectionery products, otherwise known as upcycling, brands can maximise a product's quality or environmental value. Over a third of consumers who opt for sustainable products would choose an item that restricts food waste over one that doesn't. Market intelligence company Mintel says, reimagining formulations to use the exact amounts required and minimise unnecessary ingredients are effective waste management strategies to lower the environmental impact of manufacturing confectionery products. Fancy Chocolate makes its chocolate using cacao powder, a byproduct of cacao fruit processing, reusing a previously discarded pulp powder, while Belgian chocolatier Vanden Volk's Caboose pralines contain cacao fruit pulp. As typically 70% of the ingredient is wasted, the brand reuses cacao fruit pulp to reduce its waste. 4. Sourcing ingredients responsibly. Confectionery producers have often been spotlighted due to their perceived lack of sustainable practices, when sourcing ingredients, palm oil in particular, has been scrutinised for its connection to deforestation, disruptions to biodiversity, and overall interruption to environmental harmony. Today's consumers want sustainability sourced cacao and palm oil, which signals a brand's focus on preservation and responsible sourcing. Global agribusiness. Bunge is dedicated to eradicating deforestation from its supply chains and only partners with suppliers committed to no deforestation, no exploitation (NDPE) approaches when sourcing a palm oil. And 5. Optimizing ethical supply chain management. Ensuring that fair wages, sustainable farming practices, equitable access to opportunities, and developing direct relationships with cacao farmers are core elements of creating sustainable supply chains that centre around social responsibility and the ethical treatment of people, communities, and the planet. Developing its Atenia sustainability program, Cordelia's initiative strives to create a long-term transformation for women cacao producers. At the end of 2023, the company confirmed that 106 of its female cacao farmers from Colombia had completed the first module of the sustainability program. On the 14th of May 2024, Hershey announced it had reached the top spot of the 2024 Fair 360 Top 50 Companies list. In particular, the confectionery giant was recognized for its Pathways framework, a 5-year plan to promote belonging in its workplace and communities. It followed another ethical win in March, where the firm earned the world's most ethical companies title by Ethisphere, a company specializing in ethical business practices. With a thriving startup scene and a youthful consumer base hungry for candy and innovation, India is a crucible of confectionery creativity. India is a tale of two confectionery markets. The Western segment, as described by investment firm Avishkar Capital, is highly organized and dominated by global multinationals such as Nestlé SA, Mondelez International, and Perfetti Van Mel. But it's the other half which is deemed largely disorganized, with products sold unbranded and loose that take the lion's share of $10 billion, or the industry's $70 billion reported value. It's here where the creative magic happens and where the term Desi comes into play. Desi refers to the people and culture of the Indian subcontinent, and more specifically, something regional. In a confectionery context, it refers to a rich array of revered local ingredients such as jaggery, jamon, cardamom, and saffron that spark a nostalgic reminder of the country's people and places and products. Desi flavour in mithai. Small mithai manufacturers. Mithai are a sweet confection primarily made from ingredients such as flour, milk, sugar, nuts, and ghee, have long included Desi flavours in their sweet ranges, which appeals to today's consumers' appetite for adventurous sweet treats. Research plays this out with a Mintel survey from 2023, revealing that almost 4/5, at 79%, Indian consumers say they are more likely to choose sweet and bakery products if they can access more adventurous flavours. Desi ingredients that are seasonal are likely to be similar in popularity. Introducing a product innovation that features seasonal flavours can be a good route to spark new interest and attract more consumers, said Dr. Anamika Banerjee, food and drink analyst, Mintel Ports India. Specifically, seasonal fruits including jamon and mango and sweet goods like halwa are popular Desi flavours for packaged sweet bakery products. Indian confectioners are using Desi flavours. It's not just in mithai that Desi flavours are trending. In the startup space, chocolate and biscuit SMEs are experimenting too. Open Secret's chocolates sweetened with jaggery, Matt's Proteins cookies and biscuits, which include locally sourced Desi grains, ragi and Bengal gram, and Baby Burps cookies, which have ragi and ghee as key ingredients, are among the brands leading the way. Meanwhile, riffing on popular Indian dessert, Son Papdi, local brand Bombay Sweet Shop has launched its Indie Bar, which also contains pepper caramel, coconut fluff, and dark chocolate. Chocolatier Cocoa Traits Madras collection contains cardamom, ghee, wool, lentils, and jaggery to produce its Sakurai and Pongal flavoured chocolate, reflective of the South Indian sweet festival food which it is named after. The brand's more Minagi green chili chocolate bar contains 70% dark chocolate. Curd from Tamil Nadu and Indian state is marinated in sun-dried green chilies to achieve the chocolate's popular flavour. Meanwhile, using organically certified Indian cow beans, Mysore-based chocolatier Navaluna has released its Almost Dark series, complete with India's long pepper, which produces a bolder taste than black pepper and woody notes. The chocolate has gone forage, limes, and candied orange. To create novel flavouring, Navaluna teamed up with India's coffee roasters, Blue Tokai, to develop its Tokai coffee and pineapple chocolate bar, which combines coffee and cacao flavours with pineapple and vanilla. Exporting Desi flavours beyond India's borders is Go Desi, a confectionery startup that announced in May 2024 that it had raised $5 million in funding from Avishkar Capital's Indian fund. It is hoping to build on the success of its best-selling candy pop, Desi Pops, which has sold over 15 million units and is stocked in 40,000 stores across India. Meanwhile, appealing to the premium assorted box market, Jaipur-based Sweet Desi offers a broad selection of Desi sweet hampers available to consumers worldwide. It's not just inside that Desi is having a moment in confectionery. Canadian-based Desi Flavours offers shoppers a selection of sweets, including mithai, Kalakand, and barfi varieties of mango, coconut, and almond flavours. The brand also provides syrup-based sweets in popular jawan and jalebi varieties and doubles down on Gen Z's love of novelty and individuality by offering consumers the opportunity to create their own box of sweet treats. Hershey arrived in Indianapolis for this year's Sweet and Snacks Expo with a raft of new products and latest innovations in augmented reality, AR, as part of its retail capabilities and merchandising strategies. Roman Batty, Hershey Associate Manager, Corporate Communications, said the company is super excited about the launch of Reese's Caramel Big Cup, where the retail sales team has utilised augmented reality and image recognition, IR, to help retailers make data-driven decisions to optimize merchandise placement and increase sales. AR generates an image of what that would look like in a specific location. AR tracks the merchandise and its in-store location to gather insights on how placement impacts sales and the shopping experience, and ultimately designed to help consumers find the product in busy shopping aisles. Batty said Hershey will be rolling the new technology out with other products as well, and is a great example of the type of innovation seen at this year's Expo. We are very, very excited to be here in Indianapolis. There's a lot of energy on the floor, a lot of excitement, and we're particularly excited about all the innovation that we're able to showcase at this event. We're going to have a strong 2025 lineup as well, and we're very confident in the innovation that we're doing across our brands. In the strong presence at the Expo, Hershey also showcased new product innovation for some of its popular brands, including Reese's Caramel Big Cup, Kit Kat Pink Lemonades, Kit Kat Vanilla, Hershey's Crunchy Waffle Cone Bars, Icebreakers Sparkling Mint Pineapple Mango Seltzer Flavor, Dot's Homestyle Pretzels Parmesan Garlic Flavor, and Skinny Pop Cheddar Jalapeno. To celebrate the Olympic and Paralympic Games Paris 2024 and Hershey's ongoing partnership with Team USA, it also unveiled Reese's medals with this legendary combination of chocolate and peanut butter. We're excited to expand Reese's, the #1 CMG brand, to our first summer shape with Reese's medals, said Chuck Rayup, Hershey President US Confectionery. It follows our hugely successful launch of Reese's Caramel Big Cup, currently the #1 innovation in CMG. The gooey layer of caramel directly responds to consumers' desires, offering them a delightful twist on the classic Reese's chocolate peanut butter combination, while opening the new avenues for category growth. This year's Sweet and Snacks Expo opened its 4-day stay in Indianapolis with a ceremony for the 2024 Most Innovative New Product Award winners, which recognizes excellence across 13 categories. Hosted by Elise Fenig from the National Confectioners Association, NCA, and Sally Leons Watt from event sponsor Sakana, Indianapolis Convention Center's elegant ballroom was the setting for the event that has become akin to the Oscars for the candy industry, except without the sometimes embarrassing and tedious acceptance speeches. The awards are designed to showcase the most innovative ideas, concepts, and products across the candy and snack industries. Fenig and Leons Watt are quite the double act themselves, racing through the ceremony faster than an IndyCar around the famous Speedway track, and with the Indy 500 race just around the corner, Fenig invited Swedish racing driver and 2022 race winner Marcus Ericsson to the stage, where he explained the importance of the innovation in his industry if one wants to stay ahead pack. It was a theme picked up on by John Downs, president and CEO of the NCA, which is the host organisation for Sweets and Snacks Expo, when he said, "With the most innovative new product awards, we celebrate the innovation that sets flavour and product trends for the confectionery and snack categories, and in many ways carries heavy influence across the entire food industry. Each year, more than 300 confectionery and snack products are submitted for consideration in categories including Small Business Innovator and Best in Show. Retail leaders specialising in these powerhouse categories serve as judges." So without further ado, the 2024 Most Innovative New Products Awards winners are in chocolate, Skippy, milk chocolate, peanut butter minis, meat snacks, Chila's, Hawaiian beef chips, original with roasted garlic, savoury snacks for the first time in Minpa history, It's a Thai, Our Home, You Need This, hot cheddar fries, and PepsiCo Foods Doritos Dinamita Smoky Chili Queso. Seasonal is Crazy Candy, Anderson's Crazy Candy, Flavoured Peanut Brittle, Gum and Mints, Mars Wrigley North America, Hubba Bubba Mini Gum in Skittles Original Flavours. In the gourmet and premium / candy, it goes to Lactrince by Bello, Passion Fruit Chocolate Coated Licorice. In the baked goods category, Simply Good Foods Company Quest Strawberry Cake Frosted Cookies. In the novelty category, it's Arna's Sweets Incorporate Amos Polares Gummy Banana Flavours. Non-chocolate candy goes to Amos Sweets Incorporated Amos Polares Gummy Flavoured Mango. Salted snacks category is Nomad Snacks with ramen popcorn. In the sweet snacks category, it's Nerdy Nuts, Banana Cream Pie, Peanut Butter Treats. In the small business innovator category, it's Issei Dark Chocolate Covered Strawberry Mochi Gummies. And best in show is Nerdy Nuts Avalanche Peanut Butter Treat. As consumers look to confectionery and snacks to enhance special moments, celebratory occasions, holidays and everyday activities, this innovation is more important than ever before. Through these awards, we recognise the manufacturers, retail partners, suppliers and brokers who play a role in delighting consumers across the country and around the world. France is preparing to enforce shrinkflation signposting in retail, but critics are convinced these measures go far enough. Food and drink shrinkflation is on the rise. While the practice of reducing the size of products without reducing the price is not new, it is ramping up amid rising production costs. In the absence of shrinkflation labelling, it's not obvious to consumers they're paying the same price or sometimes even more for less product. In an effort to boost transparency, France is taking action. From the 1st of July 2024, French retailers will be forced to alert shoppers when shrinkflation has taken place. But will it work? How will consumers be alerted to shrinkflation in store? According to the decree, French retailers will be required to signal to consumers when a food or other common consumer good product has been struck by shrinkflation. The imposed display period per product is 2 months. The practice of shrinkflation is a scam, said France's Minister of the Economy, Finance and Recovery, Bruno Le Maire, last month. We are putting an end to it. I want to restore consumer confidence, and with trust comes transparency. From the 1st of July, it will be mandatory to indicate when a food product changes size. The indication must in particular specify the evolution price in relation to weight, so that the consumer knows the true evolution price. How will retailers signal shrinkflation to consumers? The following statement must be indicated. For this product, the quantity sold increased from X to Y and its price in the unit of measurement concerned increased by a percentage or by euros. Products implicated include both packaged food and non-food products, such as soft drinks, packets of rice or detergent, both brands and private label products that reduce in quantity. While prices remain the same or increase, fall under the new decree. Foodstuffs sold in bulk will not be affected, nor will foodstuffs that may vary during preparation, such as those sold in the deli section. Which food products are shrinking before our eyes? Which food and drinks have shrunk in size but not price? A well-publicised list has done the rounds, including by BFM TV. The French news broadcast television and radio network claims it obtained the list, which includes products by well-known brands Lay's, Doritos, Magnum, Hot Door and Findus. The confectionery category is also fallen victim as record-breaking cacao prices plague the industry. As a food producer, we are continuing to experience significantly higher input costs across our supply chain, with ingredients such as cacao and sugar, which are widely used in our products, costing far more than they have done previously. The spokesperson for Mondelez International recently has said. Meanwhile, other costs like energy, packaging and transport also remain high. This means that our products continue to be much more expensive to make, and while we have absorbed these costs where possible, we still face considerable challenges. For Mars Wrigley, the decision to reduce the size of its products was not taken lightly. Company spokesman said, "But we're confident that our chocolate brands still offer our customers and consumers the best possible value for money, without compromising on quality or taste." Does the shrinkflation decree go too far or not far enough? The shrinkflation decree has proved controversial for many reasons. Some contend that the law goes too far. Trade group ANIA, Association Nationale des Industries Alimentaires, which represents members of France's food industry, takes issue with shrinkflation being described as a scam. There is no scam on these products. ANIA head Jean-Philippe André told French radio network RTL to say this is a scam is very critical. Retailers have accepted these products are as they are. Andre have also hit back at the shrinkflation list, featuring 41 food products implicated. You have 20,000 food references in a supermarket. We're talking about 0.2%. Others are concerned the decree does not go far enough. French consumer group UFC Q has questioned whether such signposting will truly bring more transparency to consumers. One of the group's main concerns lies in its execution. President Marie-Amandine Stevenin would prefer the signposting be on pack in the form of a shrinkflation label. The information will only be communicated by distributors, large and medium-sized retailers, through displays. it would have been logical to require manufacturers to clearly indicate on packaging a downward change in the quantity of a product. That displays are limited to physical stores rather than in-store and online is another flaw, according to Stefanik. While hoping that these limits can be corrected by regulation, I can only invite consumers to rely less than ever on the price of products alone, but to carefully compare developments price differences based on unit prices per litre or per kilo. Fairtrade International claims that more cow farmers are benefiting from training in key environmental sustainability areas. The organisation released the 4th edition of its West Africa Cow Programme, WACP, monitoring report, which continued to show significant growth in training in Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana and Sierra Leone. In 2023, 48,876 participants, of which 11,812 were female, 24% participated in training. This represents a 22% increase compared to data gathered in 2022. Key training topics included human rights and environmental due diligence, deforestation and traceability and transparency. Fairtrade said that these modules are specifically designed for the West African cacao context and are regularly updated due to the evolving cacao landscape. In addition to an in-depth analysis of training, technical support, peer-to-peer learning, and sales for small producers, organisations, SPOs, the report also focused on programs and case studies. The Fairtrade Young Cooperative Managers Academy is also active in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire and provides young people with entrepreneurial skills via training, hands-on assignments, coaching, and mentoring. Dewalma Boheen, member of a Sunafo North Cooperative Union, called the academy a life-changing experience. Along with being elected as a member of the Supervisory Council Control Committee within the union, Dewalma said she has trained women in surrounding communities in what she learned, so they are now running their own small businesses, and they're also learning how to set up saving accounts. In Côte d'Ivoire, the Women's School of Leadership WSOA training program aimed at improving women's basic leadership skills and the application of human rights provisions on gender issues is showing signs of great progress. If you guys like the food content and want to see more of my videos, please feel free. Make sure to like and subscribe. It helps to get you notified as and when I upload new videos. Since 2017, 205 graduates have gone on to share their knowledge and skills with over 10,000 community members. The Women's School of Leadership covers topics such as personal development, gender leadership, income diversification, project management, strategic negotiation, financial management, and entrepreneurship. The data for the WACP report was collected through interviews with small producers, organisations, management, and household interviews with the farmer members of those small producer organisations. Fairtrade International said the increase reflects the success of the cascading approach in which Fairtrade Africa trains a set of cooperative managers and farmers who then bring the information back to their stations and communities to replicate the trainings themselves. This expands the number of participants while also entrenching the knowledge and skills more deeply within organisations. How did the flavour of pink lemonade come to be? According to some historians, they believe this happened either by a case of Henry E. Allett of Chicago, who accidentally dropped red-coloured cinnamon candles into his lemonade and therefore created the pink colour, or Keith Conklin, who ran out of water for his lemonade batch and turned it to the dirty tub of water used to wring out performers' pink tights to subsequently dye the beverage its signature pink colour. What a treat. Ferrero said the release of its 15th sustainability report demonstrates considerable progress across its key sustainability pillars, protecting the environment and sourcing ingredients responsibly, promoting responsible consumption, and empowering people. Ferrero Group recognises the critical role that the company plays in safeguarding nature for future generations. We reaffirmed through concrete engagements that sustainability is embedded in Ferrero's long-term strategy. All 4 pillars of our sustainability framework guide every strategic decision we take, said Giovanni Ferrero, Executive Chairman of the Ferrero Group. As Ferrero grows and diversifies its portfolio, we continue to value our long-term partnerships, in particular those dedicated to the communities where we operate and where our raw materials are sourced. We believe in the importance of partnerships to achieve progress, to move forward our sector's social and environmental agenda, and finally to create societal value. Ferrero's latest sustainability report from the 2022 and 2023 financial year highlights the Italian confectionery company's continued focus on driving greater transparency across its core ingredient supply chain, in line with its responsible sourcing approach. In its hazelnut supply chain, Ferrero has now achieved 90% visibility, which it claimed is a significant increase from the 79% reached in the previous year, 2021-2022, and sustained by its continued work with farmers, suppliers, institutions, universities, and research centres to promote and share sustainable farming practices. In collaboration with partners on the ground, Ferrero said it has also helped address complex supply chain challenges like deforestation across the areas from which it sources ingredients. For example, using satellite mapping to help increase the traceability of cacao back to farm level to 93% in 2022-2023. In addition to working extensively with cutting-edge technology, Ferrero is a long-standing member of the World Cacao Foundation, WCF, and the International Cacao Initiative, ICI. Collaboration has also played a key role in accelerating progress in tackling the causes behind child forced labour. The company says it continues to partner with Save the Children, working with 65 communities in the Haute Sandra region in Côte d'Ivoire, one of the main cacao sourcing countries, reaching over 18,000 people. Ferrero is also working with Earthworm Foundation and the International Labour Organization, ILO, across its palm oil and hazelnut supply chains, respectively, to help forward responsible labour practices. The latest Seattle webinar on sustainable cacao supply chains asked the question, should the industry adopt a more responsible approach procurement when sourcing cacao beans and other ingredients? Featuring excellent speakers Joe Ed, Open Chain and Lead at Tony Chocolonely and Paula Byrne, independent consultant supply chain sustainability at Mind Collective. The webinar delved into the timely topic of sourcing cacao in light of the new European Union deforestation regulation. Recorded earlier in the month, the webinar took place at a time when cacao prices were still high, causing market fluctuations. The stark reality of the supply and demand mismatch leading to another deficit of beans this year was a key point of discussion. However, there is a glimmer of hope with expectations of better yields from the current mid-crop in West Africa, potentially easing some of the pressure. Byrne said she works extensively with clients to demystify the jargon surrounding the complexity of regulations. She said that the pricing issue has been in the media and cacao stakeholders have discussed why. I would say what I'm seeing and hearing is these are not new issues, but they are coming to a head right now. And cacao quantity reduction has been an issue. I think we're in a crisis moment, but there were many opportunities at that moment of crisis. As we know, the industry is suffering from aging stock, deforestation, and aging farmers. And child labour is still a massive symptom of the issues rather than being the main focus. I think it's a great thing to see in the cacao sector moving ahead, moving away from those kinds of headlines. And with the new EU due diligence regulations, you cannot get away from transparency requirements that will be needed. Byrne said transparency is uncomfortable for everyone. No one wants to air their dirty laundry or get the full data out, but there has to be a full understanding, and that's from the farmer up to the chocolate company to the consumer. But I think it's a specific time for cacao. But from a sustainability and sustainable supply chain issue, we were always going to be here that way. That's my reading of this in 2024 through to 2026. And it's agreed that this is not a new crisis, but it is a perfect storm of a crisis with all the issues coming to a head. There's a lot to navigate with the coming regulation, which we applaud and find necessary. She pinpointed the years of structural underinvestment in farms and the over-reliance on illegal forms of labour. Now we are at this crisis of extremely low yields and productivity. For us, it's an interesting time as well. We've been buying cacao according to our 5 sourcing principles since 2019. Tony Chocolonely and our mission allies have been paying the price that enables a living income. So it's quite a premium on top farm gate prices. And the job we've always been meeting is that you cannot address the structural sustainability problems in cacao without fundamentally paying cacao farmers more. And now we're in this odd time where the farm gate prices have finally risen to the levels of what we're seeing on the international market price. And the farm gate price resembles something that looks like the living income reference price. So the premium is not so high anymore. But we are not at a living income roadmap for farmers. With circa 40% of cacao productivity deficits, people will still be in dire poverty. So you can see that it's a multifaceted monster to tackle. Byrne said it's all about trust and called for partners in the supply chain, including international governments, to change their practices and introduce new policies. I'm not a big fan of crisis moving the needle. We're talking about structural issues, social issues on the farm, family incomes, and also about eradicating child labour. So that whole rural development system is not going to be solved by going in with a nice solution or a higher price than getting everything sorted in 6 months or more. It's 3 to 5 years if you're lucky, and things fail in place because you're talking about behavioral change. Instead, one of the solutions is also about getting good data. But who generates that data? Who feels ownership over it? Who gets to share it? I think there's a lot to be done around data governance, with co-ops front and center in generating that data and managing that data. Our focus is very much on getting good data into the program, and the tech is there. The tech is already working. There are things out there if you don't have to make it as complicated as blockchain. And as Paula says, it is about trust. And the way you generate trust is by having direct relationships, and that people at the beginning of the supply chain and at the end of the supply chain are all fully invested in that transparency, being good and accurate and valuable and not burdensome. Bern also pointed out that many of the issues are not new, and when she started working with Cal 20 years ago, they were the same. But I think what has happened now is probably a wake-up call, in the sense that this can happen. The climate crisis also shows that we need to feel it before we can act in some ways. But I don't call it doomsday, but it's definitely a wake-up call. Bert said that Tony Chocolonely's working theory, with its 5 sourcing principles, requires long-term direct relationships with co-ops to tackle the cacao supply deficit. These open chain commit to those co-ops that we've worked with for at least 5 years and beyond, and our mission allies and the other brands that commit to 20s also agree and commit to 5 years. I'm not going to lie and say that we won't be tested in the mid-crop, with the premium being non-existent, but the farm prices go out to the living income reference price again. But on a macro level, it is something to be celebrated. But it'll be a challenge for everybody right now to get the cacao that is needed. That part we'll figure out. My concern is always with how farmers weather this storm, how they come out this cacao growing year, and how they go into the following year. But it has been a tumultuous year in terms of getting cacao at farms. It isn't quite the adventure, and we've learned a lot. Bern said similar problems exist in every supply chain. It is not unique to cacao. There isn't a specific crisis in cacao regarding sustainable supply. There are a variety of issues, for sure, but it's not specific. So I think those are the key areas about running your data, which allows you to do your due diligence assessments. Once you get started getting data, then you can actually improve the data. But if you're getting no data, there's nothing to improve on, and you're getting nowhere. And as said, each partner is dependent on the other in the supply chain, and that is why it's called a chain. Jen said consumers prefer new stacking experiences that are talking to them in an authentic way. Like Gilroy, the Mars Wrigley's VP of Trade Development and Sponsorship, has said at the Sweets and Snacks Expo in May. Leveraging brands like M&M's and Skittles into mini formats and sizes, Mars Wrigley opens innovation to cater to Gen Z consumers who are looking for novel tastes, textures, and formats in a convenient format. The company launched during the National Association Convenience Stores Conference last October the Skittles Minis and Peanut Butter M&M's Minis, which Gilroy explained serves as both a portable classic snack as well as an at-home baking and ice cream topping. Gilroy explained that while the company is focused on grabbing Gen Z consumers' attention through different formats and bringing new consumers to its brand, the company is still focused on its older, trusted consumers that love our brands. The continued rise of gummies shapes the company's portfolio. Mars Wrigley was long in the gummies game with Lifesavers brand for more than a decade, and the company developed gummies with Skittles and Starburst brands, both which were featured at the show, Gilroy explained. Skittles gummies are available in wild berry and original flavours, while Starburst gummies are available in sour, original and all pink flavours. Gummies are a massive opportunity that appeal to Gen Z. Retailers are looking at unit growth, not just dollar growth. Gummies continue to rise as a category, which is up 2.5% year-on-year in units. He added that the category growth is built upon a unit growth of 4% the year prior, which is primarily driven by Gen Z consumers who really love gummies. More than half, at 57.6% of Gen Z consumers, prefer gummies, highlighting the generation's input on this booming category. The company's peanut butter M&M's launched in the mega format, which combines chocolate and peanut butter in a larger size, also introduces a young series to the brand, while keeping its distinct base through the popular flavour pairing. Peanut butter and chocolate continue to reach widespread popularity, particularly in salty combination, which highlights consumers' preferences across all ages for layered indulgent flavours. Peanut butter is the number one flavour pairing when you are talking about chocolate. It presents people with a level of comfort when you think about peanut butter. FDA's determination that taro flour, a plant-based protein that could have sickened hundreds of people who consumed it in a daily harvest dish 2 years ago, is not generally recognised as safe, could have negative consequences for taro gum, a hydrochloride that is safe and was determined GRAO by an expert panel. The two ingredients are derived from different parts of the K-spinosa tree, which could cause confusion and require suppliers and brands proactively to educate manufacturers and consumers. Quarters Nika Zelensky, partner with IMR International, a hydrochloride information center that provides worldwide market research into food thickeners, stabilizers, and gelling agents. She explained that while she has not yet heard anything specifically about consumers worried about taro gum, she said she believes it's just a matter of time, especially as FDA's decision follows what he characterizes as misinformation about taro gum recently posted by the International Food Additives Council, the IFAC. FDA, there is not enough data on the use of taro flour to consider it GRAS. In an April 10th memo posted on FDA's website earlier in the month, FDA's Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, CFSN, determined that the available data are insufficient to support the safety of taro flour for use as a food ingredient that will be consumed by the general public. It added that there is no food additive regulation establishing safe conditions of use of taro flour, and it does not meet the experience based on common use in the food criterion for its GRAS for use in food. Accordingly, when that taro flour is added or intended for addition to conventional food, it constitutes the use of an unimproved food additive and therefore renders it an unsafe food additive and adulterant. FDA's review of taro flour came after the agency was alerted in June 2022 to several illnesses associated with consumption of daily harvest eggs, French lentils, and meat crumbles. Within 4 months, FDA received almost 400 reports and consumer complaints of gastrointestinal pain and hepatotoxicity, which included more than 130 hospitalizations and surgery. Daily Harvest promptly initiated a voluntary recall of the product and later publicly identified taro flour as the cause of the outbreak. FDA, however, was not able to determine conclusively that taro flour was the source of the illness. In the agency's view, no ingredient has been definitively determined to be the source. In taking action against taro flour, CFSAN specifically underscored the safety of taro gum. It explains in the memo, taro gum is distinct from taro flour, as it is predominantly composed of galactomannan polysaccharides, and its safety profile is well established, supporting its use as a thickening agent and or stabilizer in human foods. Even with the FDA's reassurance, some worry that taro gum's reputation could be tarnished without proactive action by the industry, especially in light of conflicting interpretations of taro gum's regulatory status in the US. According to IFAC's website, taro gum is not permitted for use in the US. A determination that IFAC is based on information from FDA's Code of Federal Regulations and GRAS notices website. Zelensky and others in the hydrochloride industry argue the ingredient has been legally and safely used for about 30 years following the Foreign Domestic Chemicals initial GRAS petition acknowledged by FDA in a Federal Register notice in 1993. The ingredient was determined GRAS by an expert panel review from which published in the Journal of the American College of Toxicology in 1993. It is unfortunate that the GRAS affirmation petition, taro gum submitted by Foreign Domestic Chemicals in 1993, did not result in its inclusion in the CFR list of GRAS affirmed substances, and there is currently no GRAS notice for taro on FDA's website. It added ingredient suppliers have been able to commercialize the use of taro gum in foods in the US through self-GRAS conclusions that are on file with each manufacturer. IFAC added that it welcomes FDA's recent memo recognizing the well-established safety of taro for use in human food, noting that the document is a significant public record of the agency's recognition of the well-established safety of taro gum that supports its use as a thickening agent and stabilizer in human foods. It added that the food ingredients business is complex and nuanced, it is more important than ever to ensure the food ingredient and its additives itself. A joint FAO-HWO expert committee on food additives and the EU Scientific Committee Food, now the European Food Safety Authority, determined taro gum has a very low toxicity and does not present a hazard to human health at typical levels, according to IFAC's website. Taro gum has been used in ice cream in the US for about 30 years with no incidents. While IMR is proactively trying to give IFAC the correct information about taro gum's status in the US, Zelensky said that two of the IFAC's description and potential confusion between taro gum and taro flour could have a negative impact on taro gum. I've not heard of a negative impact, but confusion with the nomenclature taro flour versus taro gum, plus this bit of misinformation from the IFAC, is likely to confuse the food manufacturers and formulators, let alone consumers. She added, educating consumers about ingredient safety and function is a challenge for many manufacturers and ingredient suppliers that are business to business and not business to consumer. Communication directly with consumers is so difficult. I've heard from many hydrochloride suppliers that they would like to do better. One thing I would love to see is a QR code on food labels that would enable interested consumers to interact with the ingredient stack, select the ingredient they were interested in, and get an explanation of that ingredient. It would be fantastic to teach consumers about ingredients and why they are used in various foods. As consumers seek layered flavors that enhance their snacking experience, the sweet and tart notes of pink lemonade served as a confectionery trend during the Sweets and Snacks Expo. According to historians, the growth of the ice trade held the development of refreshing beverages across the US during the 19th century. Some believe that pink lemonade's origins were rooted in the circus, either from Henry E. Elliott of Chicago, who accidentally dropped red-coloured cinnamon candies into lemonade, or Pete Conklin, who ran out of water for his lemonade batch and turned the dirty tub of water used to wring out performers' pink tights to subsequently dye the beverage its signature pink colour. While the origins of pink lemonade remain hazy at best, its presence in the food and beverage has grown with social conversations around the flavour being 34.72%. Over the last year, according to TasteWise data, while Spins refers to familiar flavours in new formats as confectionery adulting. At its most basic level, lemonade is made with sugar, water and lemons. Grenadine, strawberry or raspberry juice are typically added to make pink lemonade. This year's Sweet and Snacks Expo showcased how brands highlighted the sweetly sour combination into new and existing products, leveraging the sweet tart flavour of pink lemonade into new formats and textures. Hershey's Kit Kat is known for being a versatile flavour carrier. The company has offered a wide range of limited edition flavours in the past, classic desserts like pumpkin pie to global options like churro. The limited edition launch of the wafer stack in pink lemonade is a white cream balanced with notes of strawberry and lemon tart, which will hit shelves in June. Moen Batty, Associate Manager of Communications at Hershey's, has said, "We saw that pink lemonade as a flavour is a favourite among young fans, and is well known in sweets, but Kit Kat is now bringing it into the chocolate space. As the permanent addition, the company tapped into the world's most popular flavour, vanilla, to introduce an indulgent Kit Kat vanilla flavoured with white cream, which will be available nationwide in standard and king-size bars in November." As the cultural revival of Barbie swept over food and beverage launches, Smart Sweets partnered with Mattel for a Barbie-inspired pink lemonade Green Guy. The roller skate-shaped candies pay homage to one of Barbie's signature sporty outfits, and the pink lemonade flavour harkens a nostalgic feeling for consumers' familiarity with the toy's pink colour palette. The plant-based gummy contains 3 grams of sugar per serving and features a revamped formula by removing allulose and adding a more isomaltosaccharide. The company was able to improve the taste, texture and colour of the gummies. Katrina Hang, the company's co-CEO, has said. For Bobo's Stuffed Oat Bites line, the company launched its strawberry lemonade flavour earlier this month and featured it during the Sweets and Snacks Expo. Bobo's leveraged its existing flavours and favourites, strawberry stuffed and lemon poppy seed, after trying a lot of different flavour combinations. Henry Hughes, the company's vice president of marketing, has said. Rheology refers to food products' flow, consistency or texture under specifically by conditions. Food scientists explore how foodstuffs behave to understand the food material's structure and interaction. They'll pay attention to whether the foodstuff under these forces alters or retains its characteristics. AI-generated bakery and snack images have created an enhanced buzz around the ever-advancing technology. Yet AI's capabilities go far beyond aesthetics. The tech is helping transform bakery and snack businesses through automation, optimizing processes, and even teaching others all about the industries. AI has the power to revolutionize our industry, said Alex Lloyd, head of organic acquisition at January, when talking to bakery and snacks about the tech's role in the bakery and snack sectors. One area AI strives to excel is democratizing access to bakery and snack products and services, making food choices available to consumers regardless of budget, location, allergens and sensitivities or lifestyle preferences. Calls on tech companies to examine and implement advancing AI. Digital shoppers are an avid consumer market held by rising mobile commerce, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the expansion of online delivery and click and collect services. Maximizing convenience, ease, and the overall user experience for bakery and snack consumers is at the core of AI applications. AI and machine learning technologies play a pivotal role in the baking and snacking industries, transformed by the growth of online delivery services, a spokesperson for Wall told the site. AI has become a vital piece of the supply chain and operational pie. With more consumers opting for the convenience of home delivery, AI facilitates seamless interactions from personalized product suggestions to efficient order fulfillment. Wearables and health sensors are often expensive, making AI-driven product knowledge more accessible to the mass consumer market. Increasingly, brands like January are developing apps that mean that they are not necessary either. Free apps can obtain a wealth of information, and health info consumers can use to optimize their diets. As AI tools become more ubiquitous, consumers will have more insight into the food and snacks they eat, meaning suppliers will need to adapt and ensure they're providing foods that meet requirements. Food-based predictive AI company January works with a tech to help people gain insights into their health. More than 1 in 3 Americans suffer from pre-diabetes, and 81% don't know they have it, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention at CDC. January is built on the idea that understanding the impact of our food has on our blood sugar is comparable to having the chronic disease. Our AI technology allows consumers to see the predicted glucose impact a food has before they eat it, so they can make the best decision possible for their health goals. Predictive AI company January is working with large corporations like Nestle to help it leverage AI technology, a move that others will likely replicate as calls for product knowledge, transparency, and traceability throughout bakery and snack sectors continues. We expect other companies to follow suit and lean into the advances in AI to help their product development. As people rely more on these technologies to help guide their nutritional choices, our hope is manufacturers in turn will evolve their nutritional profiles, focus on the healthy ingredients, and ultimately aid in tackling the global rise in chronic disease. AI is reaching parts of bakery and snack sectors we may not have thought about, like teaching top-level patisserie theory, ingredients, and technique. Built on AI, the Instructor Learner platform Pastry Class provides instruction on how AI is revolutionizing the baking industry by enabling precision, creative recipes, efficient planning, personalized services, smart marketing, quality control, and a robotic assistant. Industry players can then utilize this innovation to boost their customer experiences. AI is essential for optimizing production in bakeries. Automated systems powered by AI can accurately measure ingredients, ensure consistency and quality in every baked goods. Precision improves the overall product and contributes to cost effectiveness and waste reduction. In today's culinary landscape, AI algorithms are revolutionizing recipe development too. By analyzing extensive data sets, AI can uncover novel flavor pairings and probe recipe modifications. Bakeries can then feel confident to develop and experiment with diverse ingredients, textures, and methods to create novel and cutting-edge pastry. AI can also enhance existing recipes by fine-tuning texture and nutritional value. Finnish bakery Vasa has partnered with IBM to implement AI into its 172-year-old business to improve its overall planning and forecasting capabilities. AI is central to many bakery and snack brands' digital transformation plans. Businesses can use the tech to help remove the tedious, manual, and demanding tasks from their business operations and replace them with modern automation to optimize their processes. Similarly, AI is at the forefront of Japanese indulgent snack juice Lyco, marking the latest milestone in its 100-year-old history. With consumers growing increasingly health conscious and the sector rapidly evolving with new product developments, Glyco is enlisting the support AI experts to help progress healthier food production. Big brands are bringing generative AI into their communications too. Mars Drinks is using generative AI in its corporate and marketing communications, predominantly to help craft fun and creative messaging, as reported by BEX Network. AI is also changing the way bakeries engage with customers by providing personalized experiences. By analyzing data, AI systems can gain valuable insights into consumer preferences, decision-making considerations, and behavior. Bakery and snack brands can then often personalized recommendations, storytelling, promotions, and custom-made pastry products to attain customer satisfaction and build brand loyalty. Accurately predicting customer demand is a significant challenge in the bakery business. AI algorithms can examine historical sales data, local events, and weather patterns to anticipate demand with more precision. Bakeries can therefore optimize production, minimize waste, and ensure popular items are never out of stock. Maintaining the highest quality and food safety standards is crucial. AI-powered systems can monitor production processes in real time and spot systems failures, irregularities, and potential operational risks. Adopting a proactive approach enhances product quality and ensures compliance with food safety regulations. Bakeries can use AI-powered robotic systems to handle repetitive tasks. Businesses can therefore give operational elements like mixing, shaping, baking to AI and leave more complex and creative tasks to humans. AI-powered tools are changing how bakeries approach marketing and social media engagement too. These solutions can analyze social media trends, predict sought-after ingredients, flavors, and help bakeries develop comprehensive marketing strategies. Automated social media tools can manage online interactions, respond to customer inquiries, and enhance online brand identities to build connections and engagement. McKinsey reports that 6% of organizations used generative AI in 2023, calling it the tech's breakout year. With this number expected to rise, Walt believes algorithmic transparency is non-negotiable. Lifting the veil on AI and opening up the dialogue on concerns, confusion, and complexities surrounding the advanced tech plays a significant part in enhancing digital safety. As awareness around algorithmic transparency grows, bakery and snack businesses can better understand how to navigate the AI's legal landscape, safeguard and manage their access to their online platforms, and improve customer service. Currently, the AI regulatory landscape lacks harmonization. A lack of universal standards such as GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations, and the EU Act to guide implementation often results in unreported audits. Consequently, AI may remain an elusive and fear-inducing burden rather than a tool to help connect bakery and snack brands and their product with engaged consumers. In May 2024, Finnish food-based technology company Wolt published its algorithmic transparency report, designed to help bakery and snack brands understand how AI works. According to Wolt, algorithmic transparency refers to the efforts that shine a light on otherwise hidden computational processes. It works to provide transparency to both individual consumers and collective organization. Utilizing AI at Wolt enables customers to order from restaurants and grocery stores using one app. The tech company has partnered with leading retail names including Tesco, Carrefour, Spar, and 7-Eleven to connect consumers, baked goods, and snack. In a report, Wolt details the algorithm behind its food-based app, which includes enabling merchants to manage orders, its menu, and ascertaining courier partners' availability, location, delivery vehicle, and specialist capabilities. Transparency means bakery and snack players can run algorithms to understand their decisions. If provided with the right information, users gain control. Dr. Lau, a British Academy postdoctoral fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute, wrote in a report, they can decide whether to trust an algorithm and effectively challenge an algorithmic decision. From a broader collective perspective, transparency allows society to explore if algorithms systematically disadvantage certain groups. Discrimination is often caused by the data that is fed into the algorithm. To achieve a fair playing field within the bakery and snacking sectors, algorithmic transparency needs to increase. Tools available to brands such as technical standards and reporting practices sensitive to the rights and interests of those impacted also need to therefore grow. Amid current debates on AI's future role and how it should be regulated, brands should strive to inform and educate bakery and snack segments, along with consumers in the hope of conveying the possibilities of AI over its associated concerns. Never has it been more important to share information in a clear and understandable way so that customers and partners can better understand their interactions with us, hold us accountable, and improve their overall experience on our platform included Vincent Otin, Chief Product Officer of Wolt. By developing a chocolate bar using not only the cacao bean but the pulp and endocarp as well, a new study aims to create a more sustainable form of chocolate. The cacao pod has a lot of potential. The fruit, for example, can be used in concentrate, fruit juices, and alcoholic drinks that can be made into snacks and ice cream. But can this be taken a full circle, using its elements to create a chocolate bar? A new study explores the potential of developing a chocolate bar that utilizes most of the elements of the cacao pod in a partnership between Swiss-Ghanaian startup Cocoa and German University ETH Zurich. The study explores whether its taste could be made comparable to that of ordinary chocolate, as well as whether by utilizing more cacao, any real environmental impacts can be seen. How was the chocolate developed? In order to develop the sweetness of their new chocolate, researchers combined the cacao's pod's endocarp in a layer of the pod around the seed with pulp to create a sweetening gel. This was a substitute for sugar. This gel does not have the sweetening power of the powdered sugar conventionally used in dark chocolate. It is capable to surpass in sweetness only half its weight in sugar. The researchers tried several different dosings of the gel in their chocolate in order to get to the level of sweetness that they felt consumers would enjoy. The fiber-rich sweetening gel that we developed has to be dosed in the right amount. Too little and the chocolate is not sweet enough. Too much and the chocolate is not processable anymore. It is a trade-off between adding fibers and finding the sweet spot, Kim Mishra has said. Another difficulty was the texture and look of the chocolate, the snap and gloss that makes consumers feel they're dealing with the real thing. These need the right tempering to get right. With our new chocolate, the same tempering can be applied as with conventional chocolate to get the perfect texture. The reason that chocolate producers were previously reluctant to develop a product like this, Mishra told them, is the difficulty of adding water to their product. For typical chocolate, it is an absolute no-go to introduce any moisture because chocolatiers fear that they destroy the chocolate. We played with the availability of water and could show that you could add moisture to chocolate. You just need to control the way the moisture interacts with the chocolate. The chocolate was taste tested by a panel from the Bern University in Switzerland. They found that the chocolate with added cacao butter was perceived as significantly sweeter than the one without. The researchers speculated that fat could be a bitterness suppressor. How does the new chocolate compare on sustainability? According to the study, dried cacao beans only have a 10% yield. This means to satisfy market demand, far more must be grown, leading to a greater demand for land and a greater risk of deforestation. If the other elements of the pod were used, it would, in theory, reduce this demand. In order to test out whether there really was an improvement in sustainability, the researchers performed a life cycle assessment on their bar, comparing the version of their own chocolate that they saw as most acceptable, taste-wise to consumers, to conventional dark chocolates. At lab scale, the researchers saw that their chocolate had a significant greater global warming potential than conventional dark chocolates, and once scaled up, they predicted it had a similar global warming potential to the European average of powdered sugar. However, it performed significantly better than conventional dark chocolate on land use and water use. If a market for such chocolate were to develop, Mishra suggested it would benefit cacao farmers as it would provide them more to sell. Farmers will be able to sell three products: the dried endocarp from the pod, the sweet juice from the pulp surrounding the beans, and the beans themselves. Hence, they'll have to dissect the whole fruit and sell the individual compartments. Who further process them might bite we are using pectin and sugar from sugar beet. If farmers are able to use all of the elements, the only part of the product that remains is the shell, which can be used for composting. Could it be adopted commercially? The researchers worked with the startup Cocoa who have upcycled elements of pod before to develop the chocolate, and ETA has already filed patent for the study's recipe. What is its potential for commercialization? While chocolate sweetened with cacao pulp is already on the market, the endocarp is currently not commercialized. Upcycled ingredients from cacao is still new, Sarah Theodora Mills, product development and marketing manager at Cocoa, has said. As chocolate made with cacao pulp is still new, consumers still need to be educated on pulp, what it is, how it tastes, and its added value. She pointed out big name brands such as Lindt incorporating it into their own bar, as well as Cocoa's own dried cacao pulp. The cacao pulp can be upcycled into a range of different environments. For example, the cacao fruit has recently begun to be used more frequently in beer and wine. Cacao itself has developed a fruit juice concentrate cacao. There is a long way to go before a bar such as the one in the study could be commercialized. Consumers are unfamiliar with cacao fruit. let alone its potential in chocolate. Thus, a knowledge gap that needs to be bridged by educating and exciting consumers about the fruit and its unique flavour profile, Mills has said. If such a bar were be released, it would also be competing with the established taste of conventional chocolate, which is not an easy task. But Mills certainly sees a way forward and an appeal to consumers. It's all about a good tasting product, and once this is achieved, sustainable and ethical sourcing, as well as the benefits to farmers, have proven to add value. The core emphasis is the exciting and refreshing taste experience of the cacao fruit chocolate, and the supporting method is the use of the entire cacao fruit to reduce waste and support farmers. Who are the IASJ? They stand for a non-profit organisation called the Investor Advocates for Social Justice. They are a group of financiers who have demanded support for cacao farming, resilience and security by establishing long-term working contracts, and said in letters and documentation that they want to support the demolishing of child labour laws. Well, slave labour. The food industry is coming under increasing pressure to reduce its carbon footprint and find more sustainable ways to operate. Food colouring manufacturer Expiry has said it's cutting carbon intensity and improving water efficiency from greener production. The G&T Group recently announced that it has achieved a 22% reduction in carbon intensity at its Expiry factories since 2020. The plant-based food and beverage colouring producer has set out of 17 targets to optimise its environmental and social impacts over the course of the decade. How is G&T Group reducing its carbon intensity? In 2023, G&T's total carbon footprint at its production sites in the Netherlands, Germany and the USA stood at nearly 13,000 metric tonnes of CO2 equivalent emissions. This means that 22% less CO2 was emitted per tonne of products sold, compared to the base year of 2020, and takes the company almost halfway towards its plan to achieve a 50% reduction by 2030. Our main focus has been on natural gas consumption, which is required to generate steam, Advocate Rowett, sustainability specialist for G&T Group, has said. We create all of our exterior colours from fruits, vegetables and plants. To produce our colouring foods, we use physical processing methods to turn these raw materials into concentrates. Evaporation is an important part of it, as it allows us to increase the dry matter content. Unfortunately, evaporation is also an energy-intensive process that relies on natural gas to generate steam. We've invested in reverse osmosis installations that allow us to increase the dry matter content through filtration and cut down the amount of evaporation required. The RO filters use green energy rather than natural gas, which has helped us to cut the intensity of our carbon emissions. We've also installed economizers on our steam boilers. They've been very effective at recovering and reusing the waste heat from the boilers and allow us to further reduce our gas consumption. Beyond these investments, G&T has also focused on improving planning and optimizing its production processes. Dedicated energy teams have been created to analyze data from G&T's factories on a daily basis so that it can work out where energy savings can be made. Suppliers also worked to change the work culture so that all members of staff understand the importance of energy efficiency and understand how to operate sustainably. Even something as simple as ensuring machines are always switched off when not in use can make a real difference over a long period of time. What is carbon intensity? Carbon intensity refers to how many grams of carbon dioxide CO2 are released to produce a kilowatt hour of electricity. Electricity that's generated using fossil fuels is more carbon intensive, as the process by which it's generated creates CO2 emissions. Renewable energy sources such as wind, hydro or solar power produce next to no CO2 emission, so their carbon intensity value is much lower and often zero. Using electricity with a low carbon intensity value will reduce carbon emissions overall, especially if it is used during times when the largest amounts of clean electricity are being generated. Why utilising carbon intensity is important. The electricity that's produced from renewable energy sources can't always be guaranteed. For example, there will be less solar energy when the sun is not shining, and less wind power when the wind is not blowing. It's also difficult to store and use later. This means that if food and beverage manufacturers are able to operate when low carbon electricity is more available, they can reduce their carbon footprint. Renewable energy sources are also cheaper to run and maintain, which can help support food and beverage manufacturers in managing energy costs. How is G&T Group improving water efficiency? G&T is also aiming to improve water efficiency at its factories, helping it to alleviate water. We've been able to improve water efficiency by 20% since 2020 through various measures. The RO filters have had a wide-ranging benefits. They've helped us cut down on steam generation, which directly impacts the amount of water used. They reduce the number of filtration stages we need to create the colour concentrates too, which also means less water is needed during processing. Having fewer filtration stages reduces the amount of machine cleaning required as well as so that brings further benefits for water efficiency. We've also been able to reduce the amount of defiltration water we use during ultrafiltration due to the RO installations. In addition, we've also made effort to recycle water during processing wherever possible to minimise usage levels. Why reducing the carbon footprint in the food and beverage sector is important. According to the United Nations, the food industry is responsible for approximately a third of all human-caused gas emissions. It's essential then that all producers and manufacturers associated with the food industry work on reducing their emissions, not least because food security itself depends upon it. Extreme weather events which threaten crops and livestock are becoming more prevalent across the globe as the changing climate alters weather patterns. According to the European Environment Agency, EEA, Europe has experienced an increasing number of severe weather-related natural hazards, including droughts, forest fires, heat waves, storms, and heavy rain over the past decade. These events are unfortunate reminders of the changing and volatile climate that Europe needs to adapt and prepare for, while taking action to drastically reduce carbon emissions in order to slow down and limit climate change, says a spokesperson for the EEA. These extreme weather events have resulted in a major threat to the food security in a number of ways. In England, we've had the wettest 18 months since 1836, said Peter Wartsman, partner at European Food and Farming Partnerships, EFFP, while speaking at IFE 2024. This really impacts the growing of crops because when it's wet, it's hard for farmers to get onto the fields when they need to. Furthermore, many farms have experienced devastating flooding, which has resulted in crops being completely destroyed. And as a result, the Agriculture and Horticultural Development Board, AHDB, is predicting that production of the UK's large crop, wheat, will be down by 15%. This trend has been witnessed across Europe, with Italy, Greece, Slovenia, Norway, and Sweden all experiencing widespread flooding. At the other end of this spectrum, many countries across Europe have been impacted by extreme high temperatures and droughts, with crops such as olives and dinner beet flooding as a result. It sounds like science fiction, but one biotech startup has begun to transform industrial emissions into confectionery ingredients, such as cacao butter. Here's how. US biotechnology startup Circular Bioscience has created molecules using microbes, including a type of fat that mimics cacao butter, to produce what is called the world's first fermentation-based chocolate. The fat can also be used in confectionery products such as truffles and has a host of possible applications in the sweet sector. The scientific discovery could potentially address global food supply chain disruptions caused by the 2023-2024 cacao shortage and subsequent cacao prices that have been traveling on a parabolic upward trajectory. The technology developed by a research team at the Weiss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering at Harvard University converts greenhouse gases, GHG, such as hydrogen, H2, and carbon dioxide, CO2, into useful products such as fats and oils using microorganisms. We use synthetic biology to insert DNA from plants and animals into microbes, Shannon Nangley, co-founder of Circ Bioscience, the startup originating from the Institute, explains. We screen these microbes for the highest production, then grow them in fermenters in a process similar to brewing. The microbes accumulate oil in their cells, which the Circ team then harvest and purify just like plant butters and oils. The team then remove the microbes. All that's left is the oil that is chemically identical to the oils found in nature. We can make a variety of different butters and oils, from macadamia oil to specific palm oil fractions and even animal fats, as well as developing triglycerides, the molecules found in the fats, butters, and oils that consumers eat and regularly use. Circ has also developed a platform that can create molecules found in sugars, fats, biodegradable plastics, and biofuels using only CO2, water, and electricity as inputs. We urgently need to decarbonize industries and start reversing the damage we've caused to the planet, Pamela Silver, professor of biochemistry and systems biology at Harvard Medical School, has said. The impact this technology could have on decarbonising the food sector is clear. To ensure that the Earth is habitable for future generations of humans, we urgently need to decarbonise industries and start reversing the damage we've caused to the planet. Light trains are wonderful living machines that we can leverage to produce things we need for everyone to live a happy, comfortable life while reducing pollution, land use, fossil fuel consumption. The Weiss Institute has entered into a global exclusive licensing agreement with CERT, which received numerous awards for its micro-to-chocolate concept during its development stage. At Weiss, the team was awarded $3.2 million from the US Department of Energy's ARPA EcoSynbio program. Co-founders Nangli and Marika Zishat, also named as 2021 Activate Fellows, before Nangli herself went on to be named an Innovator Under 35 in 2022 by MIT's Tech Review. The Weiss Institute supported CERT's de-risking and commercialization through our Institute project program, which funds technologies with a high potential for positive impact, says Lindsay Bramall, editorial content manager at Weiss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering at Harvard University. CERT received this funding in 2021 and launched from the Institute later that year. Overall, CERT has secured more than $8 million worth of funding, with support from investors such as Regan Ventures, Undeterred Capital, Ponderosa Ventures, B Partners, and Elementum Ventures. A paradigm shift to one of conservation, regeneration, and co-production using nature's building materials rather than the harsh chemicals is starting to happen, at a much too slow a pace, said Don Ingber, founding director of the Weiss Institute. The CERT team's technology has the potential to speed up translation to a future in which we work with nature to produce what we need rather than exploiting it. An investor letter issued earlier this month by non-profit investor Advocates for Social Justice, IASJ, has called out international chocolate companies to end what it described as exploitative purchasing practices, mainly in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. The letter, obtained by confectionerynews.com and addressed to Hershey and Lind and Strongly, Ferrero, Mars, Mondelez International, and Nestle, proposes that the companies commit to providing all cacao farmers with a living income by the end of 2025, a move that could enhance their corporate social responsibility and public image. The group of financiers has also demanded support for cacao farmer resilience and security by establishing long-term working contracts, and said in the letter that boosting farmer incomes will help address the root cause of child labour. Earlier this year, at a launch of Nestle's Income Accelerator program for cacao farmers in West Africa, it was revealed that while farmer income had gone up, it was still a short benchmark for living income. According to the IASJ, chocolate producers have repeatedly deflected investors' requests for them to ensure cacao farmers receive a higher farm price by stating that the governments of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are responsible for setting the price for cacao. Still, investors point out that chocolate companies should pay sustainability premiums on top of government set price, which are received directly from cacao farmers. IASJ Program Director Aaron Costa said, "We're calling on chocolate companies to use their purchasing power through price interventions to ensure cacao farmers receive a living income. Because of their size and influence, chocolate companies are uniquely positioned to address systematic poverty by ensuring cacao farmers receive a living income." A spokesperson for Nestle said its Income Accelerator program is helping cacao farmers improve their productivity and increase net income. "We believe cacao farmers should earn an income enabling them to maintain a decent and adequate standard of living for themselves and their families." As of now, the other companies have not yet responded to the IASJ letter. With packaging as diverse and innovative as the sweet treats it houses, 2024 sees brands accelerate their environmental, visual, and technological know-how. Global confectionery launches are up, growing at 2% over the past 5 years to September 2023, according to researcher Innova Market Insights. And Europe is the leading market with 40% of product launches, and many if those brands are revamping their product packaging to connect and engage with confectionery consumers. Here we are taking a look at 5 of the leading packaging trends in confectionery for 2024. 1. Biodegradable and compostable materials. Rising awareness of the plant's health prompts consumers to make more environmentally conscious packaging choices. It is no longer a bonus but a basic necessity. According to Deloitte Global, 94% of consumers say it's a brand's responsibility to develop products that are not harmful to the earth. as consumers opt for brands and products that align with their values. Packaging is a clear determiner of confectionery's eco-friendliness. As such, biodegradable and compostable materials like plant-based plastics, craft paper, and edible films are becoming increasingly popular. Bio-based claims on confectionery packaging increased by 114% between October 2018 and September 2023. For example, when Loving Earth released its Turkish rose-infused cashew milk chocolate to the Australian market in January 2024. Its bio-based wrapper packaging was recyclable, made from 97% post-consumer recycled materials, PCR fibre, and printed with vegetable inks. Most confectionery launches, 63%, are however packaged in plastic. According to Innova's Global Insights, recycling is the leading claim on the confectionery product launches, yet despite plastic's widespread presence, plastic-free packaging claims have the fastest growth, and bio-based material use shows favourable interest to signalling the potential end to plastic confectionery packaging. Confectionery brands also opt for a mix of paper and plastic in their packaging. Pez launched its Paw Patrol candies and dispenser products to the Brazilian market in a paper wrapper held in a plastic paper blister made from 80% recycled PET, releasing its candy in expanded polystyrene EPS plastic packaging in Indonesia. Cadbury Australia, meanwhile, reduced its Easter egg collection's plastic content and wastage by removing excess cardboard. Another Australian name, Allen's, updated its lolly range by reducing its packaging plastic content. Similarly, after 18 months in development, Cox & Co. produced flow-wrapped chocolate packaging, creating a 100% paper flow-wrapped chocolate bar to replace its compostable plastic packaging. In China, Mars launched its Snickers bar in December 2023, featuring individual packaging made from a mono-PP material with the concept of designed for recycling. In January 2024, Mojave Mallows launched its organic marshmallow product in the US, packaged in PCR bags and presented in a paper standing pouch. British Sport also released its white lemon chocolate product in Germany in a plastic flat pouch with green dot certification and recyclable packaging. In May 2024, sustainable packaging developer Polpat announced its collaboration with Danish confectionery brand Lakrids to develop eco-friendly packaging alternatives. Sustainable film producer Charter Next Generation has launched a new line of recycle-ready cavitated polyethylene PE films for flow wrap and confectionery applications. SSA Group also announced the launch of its new compostable packaging candy program in Q2 2024. Its gummy varieties will no longer be packaged in single-use plastic, but feature industrial compostable material which biodegrades into organic biomass. 2. Smart technology ramps up personalization. The age of personalization is here, infiltrating the premium and gift-giving confectionery segments. Tech-led packaging emerges with personalization and customization to see a new era of interactive and engaging confectionery experiences emerge in store and online. Augmented reality, AR, and QR code integration enables sweet shoppers to use their smartphones to learn about brands, products, ingredients, sourcing, and production methods. The advancing tech also allows consumers to access promotions, interactive games, immersive brand stories, and exclusive content. Sensors and microchips are prevalent today, turning static containers into smart packaging. Consumers can access real-time information about brand values and product quality, providing transparency and generating credibility and trust. With digital printing technology, confectionery brands can create personalized packaging designs and labels with names, unique and targeted messages or images. Brands are also launching co-creation initiatives to enable consumers to engage in the design process and customize colors, patterns, and images of packaging. Mars Wrigley continues to develop personalized packaging solutions, allowing US consumers to customize their M&Ms by putting their designs and messages on packaging. Managing and monitoring the product packaging throughout the supply chain is increasingly important. Manufacturers can, for example, utilize smart labels to observe temperature and humidity levels to ensure products remain at optimal conditions during transport and storage. Confectionery leader Mondelez International launched a pilot program in Brazil using near-field communication, NFC technology, to trial smart packaging solutions for its chocolate bars. 3. Design dichotomy, bold versus minimal designs. Bright, bold, and vibrant packaging appeals to many consumers, conveying the treat-yourself mentality and permissible indulgence trend. Minimal, clean, and simple designs resonate too, communicating elegance and authenticity as part of brand stories. Chocolate and truffle collections from Le Chocolat de France use rainbow colours and different colour choices for variant products. For Choco Loco's packaging designer Rosat Bishalti, strive to infuse vibrancy and joy through a playful design choice. Simple designs are becoming increasingly popular among brands as they meet consumers' desire for transparency, clean visuals, and a break from information overload. Confectionery brands opt for clean lines, muted colour palettes, and high-quality finishes to communicate premiumization. Nestle Candy has released new packaging for its flagship chocolate brand, Nancy Adams, marrying its traditional roots with contemporary elements. The Grocers voting team recognised Lindt Choco Wafer Milk Chocolate and Hazelnut, celebrating its premium packaging. 4. Flexible to maximise convenience. Functional packaging is big in 2024, with consumers calling for ease and simplicity via on-the-go, resealable and shareable confectionery products. Open bag launches are currently the fastest growing packaging type for confectionery, increasing by a third since 2018. Innova's research states DM Bio launched its chocolate-covered nut mixture in Poland in January 2024, packaged in an open bag with a close and click. Sweetwell aims to promote functionality with its resealable pouch, ensuring product freshness and convenience in compact sizes. Flat pouches are currently the most used confectionery packaging type, with launches increasing by 21% since 2018, according to Innova. Launched in Turkey in January 2024, Haribo Fantasia comes in a plastic flat pouch. Fraser also released its mini remix chocolate sweets in Finland in January 2024 in a plastic flat pouch. Stand-up pouches and carton boxes with convenient openings and single serving sizes are in high demand. Love Cocoa's truffle products are packaged in cylindrical boxes. Standing pouch launches alone have risen by 31% since 2018. M&M's new US product, chocolate candies, comes in a resealable plastic standing pouch. Budaram launched its ginger coconut bites in Australia in January 2024, housed in a resealable plastic standing pouch. Valley Carabao, which describes itself as the heart and engine of the chocolate industry, has claimed notable advances in sustainable cacao farming and deforestation prevention in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. In its latest Cacao and Forest Initiative FI progress report, the group revealed how its on-the-ground teams, alongside partners, mapped numerous farms, enhancing traceability and environmental management. We provided extensive technical support to farmers, and more than 1.5 million multi-purpose shade trees were distributed in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, and over 1 million cacao seedlings in Ghana to improve crop yields and foster agroforestry. Our focused efforts on community engagement and women's empowerment reinforced our commitment to environmentally sustainable production and strong community support. In 2017, the governments of Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana and the world's leading cacao and chocolate companies, representing 85% of global cacao usage, joined together to end deforestation and restore forest areas in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. Deforestation of tropical rainforests is a significant issue in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, producing nearly two-thirds of the world's cacao supply. Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana respectively lost 26% and 9.3% of their primary forests between 2002 and 2020, with a significant proportion of the deforestation attributable to cacao farming expansion. Collective action to end cacao-related deforestation was needed. Valley Carabao was one of the leading signatories to drive the Cacao and Forest Initiative CFI Frameworks for Action, which define the core commitments, verifiable actions and time-bound targets required for a deforestation-free and forest-positive cacao supply chain. It led to the 2017 UN Climate Change Conference, COP23, where the government of Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, together with other leading chocolate and cacao companies, signed the Cacao and Forest Initiative CFI Frameworks for Action, defining the core commitments and time-bound targets required for a deforestation-free and forest-positive cacao supply chain. We envisage a cacao industry that is thriving and sustainable, where farmers prosper, communities are empowered, and the environment is protected, said Nicholas Runard, VP ESG, Sustainability and Traceability. After completing the collaboration's first phase, Barry Glover published a new action plan in May 2022 that sets its target for 2023 to 2025. The group's CFI 2.0 action plan has been developed in alignment with the national plans of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire and lists its activities. These actions receive technical and financial support from our customers and partners to fulfill our CFI commitment and contribute to our Forever Chocolate goals. Our action plan highlights that in addition to striving for full traceability, we are focused on substantially expanding our agroforestry program. The extraordinary price rallies recorded in the cocoa future markets have been accompanied by increasing volatility, with reports of panic buying in the US market. The ICTO International Cacao Organization said in its April 2024 cacao market review, world price volatility has been further amplified by the reduced market liquidity. The most important driver is the great uncertainty about the next crop year. In the absence of reliable statistics on areas under cultivation, tree ages and yields, and the state of the spread of cacao swollen shoot virus diseases, CSSBD in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, it is necessary to wait for the completion of pod counting surveys, expected between the end of August and mid-September, to have an initial estimate of projected market balance for the 2024 and 2025 year. Meanwhile, grindings data published by regional associations for Q1 of 2024 depict that demand does not seem to neutralize the deficit, whereas Europe's Q1 cacao grindings, as reported by the European Cacao Association, ECA, fell by 2.2% from a year earlier to 367,287 tonnes. That of North America, published by the National Confectionery Association, NCA, rose by 3.6% year-on-year to 113,683 tonnes. Data from the Cacao Association of Asia, CAA, also revealed a slight drop of 0.2% year-on-year, 221,530 tonnes. Some analysts are of the view that the increases in North America grindings may be due to panic buying in the chocolate industry, as chocolate makers are buying as much as they can before a shortage in supplies occurs. Also, due to the forward contracting strategy, manufacturers may currently be covered and processing may not see an immediate significant decline for the rest of this season. In its latest bulletin, barchart.com reported that July ICE NY cacao closed up plus 529, or a share of 6.03%. Cacao prices rallied sharply for a second day, with New York cacao posting a 3-week high and London cacao posting a 2-week high, confirming the ICCI's outlook. It said inadequate rain in West Africa is causing an uncertain position for cacao production in the region and it's boosting prices. Investment analyst Rick Asplund said cacao prices saw an extraordinary rally earlier this year to an all-time high on the 19th of April due to supply concerns. Global cacao grinders paid up in the cash market to secure more supplies due to growing concerns that West African cacao suppliers may default on supply contracts. Bloomberg reported on the 11th of April that the Ghana Cacao Board is negotiating with major cacao traders to postpone the delivery of at least 150,000 to 250,000 MT of cacao until next season due to a lack of beans. Cacao prices have rallied sharply since the beginning of the year, driven by the worst supply shortage in 40 years. The ICCO said prices are expected to remain high throughout the 2023 to 2024 mid-crop, supported by the current market fundamentals. Indeed, the Council de Café Cacao, CCC, has announced that it expects a 33% year-on-year reduction in the size of the mid-crop from about 400,000 tonnes to 600,000 tonnes. Aslan said that this is a major bullish factor for cacao prices. Another bullish factor for cacao is dwindling inventories, as ICE monitored cacao inventories held in US ports fell to a 3-year low of 3,667,530 bags from Wednesday. He also pointed out since posting 2 to 3 to 4 months lows last Monday, cacao prices have risen sharply after the High Tower report warned that West African cacao farmers' lack of fertilizer and pesticide will hurt cacao production during the 2024 to 2025 season. Unfavourable growing conditions and crop disease on West African farms over the past year have curbed cacao production and fueled a parabolic rally in cacao prices. A global cacao deficit is expected to extend into 2023 to 2024, since current production is insufficient to meet demand. Also, cacao prices are seeing support from the current El Nino weather event after an El Nino event in 2016 caused a drought that fueled a rally in cacao prices to a 12-year high. Plant-based trend has been on the up and up in recent years, but has it finally peaked? And if yes, can the plant-based industry do anything to prevent a decline? The plant-based trend has been unstoppable in recent years, with everyone from F1 racing legend Lewis Hamilton to former US President Bill Clinton extolling its virtues. And it's not just people in the public eye choosing the animal-free lifestyle. Many millions of consumers across the globe have made the switch in recent years, leading to January being rebranded as Veganuary in honor of the food-based movement. In fact, figures from data intelligence platform Statistica, which looked at 18 of the 27 EU member states, found that an estimated 6.62 million people now identify as vegan. However, recent chatter from certain corners of the food industry has suggested that the plant-based trend is stalling and it could even be on decline. But is it true? Has the plant-based trend peaked? The answer to this question is, as expected, more complex than a simple yes or no. However, there are certain signs that the plant-based industry is experiencing difficulties. In January 2024, Food Navigator reported that merger and acquisition activity in 2023 had identified the first signs that the upward trajectory of the plant-based trend was slowing. UK plant-based companies have particularly struggled in 2023, with 3 notable businesses being acquired out of administration. St. Mark Lynch partner Augment Partners in June, a vegan food group formerly known as VFC acquired Meatless Farm. In July, B-Bite acquired Plant Bean, and in December it was announced that B-Bite had gone into administration. But these acquisitions relate to a very specific area of the plant-based industry. So could this change have more to do with the types of plant-based foods that plant-based consumers are choosing, rather than a complete move away from the lifestyle altogether? As a young and evolving category, consumer needs are changing fast. Christopher Kong, CEO and co-founder of Better Nature, has said, the explosion in growth of meat alternatives over the past 5 years was driven largely by their positioning as novel indulgences, with consumers buying into products that replicate the taste and texture of meat. These products are novel but lack versatility, which in turn has restricted volume growth. There's also been a very clear concern from consumers over the ingredients and processing involved in the creation of many plant-based products, in particular the fact that many plant-based products are ultra-processed. This has resulted in what has been termed the plant-based backlash, as consumer trust has been challenged. Today, health is driving the category, with half consumers, 49% concerned that meat alternatives are too processed, a concern heightened by the ever-growing scrutiny of ultra-processed foods. Instead, they're looking for whole food products with nutritional benefits such as high protein and gut-friendly. Another issue posing a challenge to the plant-based industry and serving as a deterrent to consumers is the price of some plant-based products. As the cost of living increases, many consumers are looking to cut the cost of their grocery shopping, and the first items to go are often those in a higher price bracket, which includes meat, dairy and plant-based meat substitutes. Maisie Stedman, Media and PR Officer for the Vegan Society, has said, conversely, the whole foods which Christopher Kong previously referred to have been faring better when it comes to consumer preference. In June 2022, Our Life Vegan for Less campaign found a third of shoppers were cutting back on meat and dairy products in response to cost of living, whilst our cost comparison research across the major supermarkets showed that vegan sources of protein such as dried lentils, peanut butter and baked beans continue to be the cheapest options. So what's next for the plant-based industry, and how will it adapt to changing demand? Changing consumer demand highlights evolving consumer preferences within the plant-based sphere, rather than a move away from plant-based eating altogether. This presents sizable challenges to the industry. The first of these challenges being affordability. Many people are prioritising how they choose to spend their money, and may be replacing both meat and meat substitutes with more friendly budgets options in a bid to make savings on their weekly shops. But many believe that making plant-based eating more affordable should not be the sole responsibility of plant-based industry. The Vegan Society urges all policymakers and political parties to support and manage a just transition to a more sustainable plant-based food system so that we can meet climate targets and the good of all people, our planet and animals. Claire Oldley, Head of Campaigns, Policy and Research for the Vegan Society, has said, the next is challenging facing the plant-based industry is undoubtedly the health implications of some plant-based products. Ultra-processing is by far one of the biggest challenges we face as an industry today. However, where there's a challenge, there's also an opportunity. As an industry, we're going back to our roots, focusing on natural, minimally processed whole foods that consumers can trust. Old-school production methods such as tempeh fermentation are being explored, delivering on nutrition, taste and texture. We're also seeing new ingredients such as oyster mushroom stems and potato starch that deliver better texture in a more natural way. The final challenge will be communicating any positive changes made to the consumer. As the UK's latest inflation levels show sugar factory prices remain high, the fate mirrored in Europe, food and beverage makers are turning to other ingredients to remain competitive at the checkouts. The UK's sugar and chocolate confectionery inflation levels remain high despite the lowest food and beverage rate since October 2021. Grocery inflation levels decreased to 2.4% in May 2024. Kantar World Panel reported continued a downward trend that has seen figures decrease 15 months in a row. In the 4 weeks to the 12th of May 2024, the UK's food and beverage inflation rate reduced by 0.8% from 3.2% in April to 2.4% in mid-May. While the price of milk and butter, ironically hallmark ingredients in the bakery and sweet snack sectors, fall the fastest, the Data and Insights consultancy report that sugar and chocolate confectionery tell a different story. It's a reality all too familiar in Europe too, with the European Union reporting a 61% year-on-year increase in sugar prices in 2023. Confectionery Trade Association CAO Bisco painted a bleaker picture, stating that white sugar prices had spiked more than 80% in 2022 to 2023, according to EU Commissioner published data. Detailing the ongoing price evidence as sugar's supply, CAO Bisco called for urgent political action. It continued to say that sugar users are suffering from the European sugar market situation and losing competitiveness day by day. Supermarkets' efforts to outprice drop each other are also behind the fall in F&B product costs and improved affordability. Yet this pricing strategy bypasses the sugar and confectionery segments, as confectionery costs reflect the hampered agricultural landscape. While reduced inflation may give cause to celebrate lower prices for F&B, this is not the case for sugar and confectionery, as price pressures remain. A run of poor harvest seasons and the ongoing cost of living crisis means volatility and instability are ever present for the industry. With high sugar and confectionery prices continuing to stretch shoppers' budgets, this lack of affordability risks deeper disruption to consumer buying habits and retail sales. Chocolate specifically has faced higher inflation due to cacao crop shortages in West Africa. There have been three poor harvests in a row in Ivory Coast and Ghana as a result of bad weather and crop disease, and that's led to skyrocketing prices for both cacao mass and cacao butter. Dana Ozana, application manager, team leads confectionery and industrial bakery and ingredient supplier Palsgard, has said the knock-on effect of this bad weather and crop disease, which has caused multiple deficient harvest, is that chocolate inflation has remained high even as levels have fallen in other food and beverage categories. Cacao butter has always been the most important and also the most expensive ingredient in chocolate, confirms Ozana. Yet with increasing prices, its position in confectionery may now start to change. Here are the alternatives. 1. Alternative ingredients. With it may make way for cacao alternatives to emerge to avoid the impact on businesses' bottom line and consumers' shopping budgets. Now the price has increased exponentially and even the smallest saving has become very important. Cacao brands have already seen that one way businesses are navigating cacao price increases are through the big ingredient swaps, with a host startup tapping into the innovative cacao alternative space. High prices have also prompted cacao alternative production amongst traditional ingredient suppliers. Manufacturers are looking up for ways to cut down the amount they need to use in their formulations, but to do that they need to replace its functional properties, such as Palgard's confectionery and bakery. Another ingredient supplier, Kerry Group, is also developing cost-effective cacao alternatives it claims don't compromise on taste or quality. These include natural flavourings and cacao and chocolate extracts, the supplier has said. With cacao price increases a core driver of change, producers may also latch onto consumers' ever-increasing calls for sustainable and health-conscious products, promote cacao alternatives to mass chocolate audiences. Another way to manage the impact of confectionery inflation is to add ingredients rather than replace them. Chocolate manufacturers are also bolstering their traditional cacao-based formulations with more components, not fewer. Second form is added ingredients. As cacao butter plays an important role in creating a novel rheology with the right flow properties, it's easier to create high-quality products with a nice, smooth texture. Rheology refers to a food product's flow, consistency, or texture under specially applied conditions. Food scientists explore how foodstuffs behave to understand how food materials structure and interact. They will pay attention to whether the foodstuffs under these forces alter or retain characteristics. Denmark-based emulsifier and stabilizer company Palsgaard believes adding emulsifiers to a formulation can offer an effective solution to maintain its properties while keeping costs down. Emulsifiers can be used to cut down on cacao butter while maintaining normal rheology. The brand has launched sunflower-based and chocolate-based emulsifier products, stating that they can reduce cacao butter by up to 4%, depending on the recipe without any loss of quality. The total savings will depend on the cost of cacao butter at the time, company's production volumes, and the amount of fat in the chocolate. Depending on the confectionery product, emulsifiers may provide considerable cost savings that reflect in store on supermarket shelves and in consumers' pockets. In high-fat applications like wafer coatings, there's a lot of fat, so there's scope for big reductions in cacao butter. While some segments will be better than others, producers going after big volume numbers may be able to maximize savings in solid chocolate. Potential reductions are likely to be much lower, but the savings can still be significant, particularly for manufacturers with high sales volumes. Despite inflation levels lowering in the wider food and beverage industry, those in sugar and confectionery show no signs of slowing. Let alone soaring. In what will be worse news for farmers, manufacturers, retailers, and chocolate consumers, Watanabe says the indications are that this is likely to be an issue for chocolate manufacturers over the long term. In March 2024, the Agriculture and Horticultural Development Board reported that annual inflation on sugar confectionery was up 14.2%, while chocolate saw a climb of 9.2%. Food product markets still have a legacy of the last 2 years of inflation with them, and noticeably above 2019 levels. Jack Watts, head of economic strategy at AHDB, said, "Recent months of wet weather will have a differing impact depending on how easily substitutes can be imported, the state of global market, and consumer sensitivity to higher prices." While the UK's grocery price inflation remains 0.8%, higher than the 10-year average of 1.6% between 2012 and 2021, before prices started to increase. The broader F&B inflation rate is beginning to return to what Kantar's Fraser McEvitt, head of retail and consumer insight, calls lower normal levels. Typically, an inflation rate of about 3% is when we start to see marked changes in consumers' behaviours, with shoppers trading down cheaper items when the rate goes above this line and vice versa when the rate drops. However, after nearly 2.5 years of rapidly rising prices, it could take a bit longer for shoppers to unwind the habits they've learned to help them manage the cost of living crisis. For sugar and confectionery, that recovery feels a more way off from being realised. Increased production costs, regulatory changes, and consumer uncertainty have put pressure on the food and beverage industry in recent years, but could we be seeing the first signs of recovery? From the increasing impact of climate change to geopolitical unrest, the food and beverage industry across Europe has been under immense strain in recent years. However, a recent report from Oil Partners looking at the UK food and beverage sector, mergers and acquisitions, has shown a rise in deal activity, indicating a renewed confidence in the market and the economy overall. The pickup in activity we are seeing in the food and beverage sector is being reflected elsewhere. Mark Lynch, partner at corporate finance advisory firm Ultimate Partners, has said, in Q1, global deal value was up a reported 38%, and in Europe, 58%. This reflects the more stable interest and economic environment in our view. What does mergers and acquisitions activity tell us about the food and beverage sector? The first 4 months of 2024 have been busy and profitable when it comes to mergers and acquisitions in the food and beverage sector. There's been a marked increase in the volume of deals compared with the same period in 2023. In fact, the sector actually reached the highest deal volume since the same period in 2016. And deal value is up too, though confusingly initial figures imply otherwise. On the face of it, overall deal value decreased by 31.7% in the first 4 months of 2024, but this figure is skewed by one single transaction, the Glanbia cheese transaction from the first part of 2023, which completed at a whopping £304.6 million. When this transaction is removed, we find that overall deal value actually increased by 107.6%. This is great news for the food and beverage industry, but what does it mean in the long term, and how confident can the industry be about its financial future? What do mergers and acquisition deals in the food and beverage industry tell us? The increased number of mergers and acquisitions in the food and beverage industry will certainly be cause for optimism. However, as with everything, cautious optimism is likely necessary. Total deal value, though beginning to rise, is still lower than the historic average. So what's the reason for this? Despite the recent easing of market conditions, economic, environmental and geopolitical challenges are still putting strains on the food and beverage industry. This is believed to have suppressed large transactions, with only 4.7% deals from this first tertial above £50 million in enterprise value, and none surpassing £100 million. Italian food group Newlat recently halted discussions for its acquisition of Princes, citing the challenging market environment in the UK as its reason. In fact, overseas buyer activity declined to 11.6% of deal volume. This is again believed to be due to geopolitical and economic uncertainties, prompting acquirers to focus on their domestic markets. By comparison, mergers and acquisitions activity amongst UK corporate buyers has increased significantly, reaffirming that M&A is still a priority for businesses. Inflation and high interest rates have created a particularly difficult trading and funding environment for smaller businesses, with acquisitions out of administration accounting for 14% of the deal. One of the most notable developments is a reduction in private equity deals, accounting for just 9.3% of deal volume. However, this decline is expected to be short-lived as the economy improves. Private equity deals are expected to pick up when financial conditions ease, explains Lynch. There is currently a lot of pent-up demand from financial buyers, with dry powder at record high levels of $2.59 trillion globally. What does mergers and acquisitions in T1 2024 tell us about the food and beverage industry trends? Both the beverage and grocery and confectionery sectors continued the active trend they set in 2023, accounting for a large proportion of the deal activity. This shows significant interest in these sectors, and it'll be interesting to see if that trend continues later into 2024. The alcoholic beverages sector in particular continued its active streak, with almost all beverage deals involving the acquisitions of breweries or craft beer and distillers of branded spirits. Unfortunately, also similarly to T1, the sector was responsible for a large portion of distressed M&A activity, as alcoholic drinks producers accounted for 33.3% of the deals out of administration. This trend of high activity in food and beverage M&A is expected to continue as the year progresses. Looking forward, we expect deal volume to remain robust and deal values to pick up gradually as market conditions improve. The start of 2024 has seen the UK economy exit the recession it entered in the second half of 2023, and both consumer and business confidence has risen substantially since last year. Furthermore, the value of deals is expected to increase, albeit slowly. In March, the inflation rate fell to its lowest level since September 2023. Food price inflation has matched this pattern, marking its 12th consecutive month easing rates, says Lynch. The BOE has kept interest rates steady at 5.25% since September 2023, with anticipated rate cuts in the latter half of 2024. The combination of these factors creates a positive outlook for M&A activity in the UK food and beverages sector. However, it might take some time for deals values to pick up again to their pre-pandemic levels. However, acquisitions made by overseas buyers may take longer to return. Global conflicts, supply chain issues, and worldwide elections taking place this year will continue to create geopolitical and economic uncertainty. Amid soaring prices and deforestation regulations, chocolate manufacturers may well be tempted to turn their back on cacao. What alternatives are on offer? It's not a good time to be a chocolate manufacturer. For one, breaking cacao prices continue to plague the sector. Not so long ago, cacao was fetching at an eye-watering $10,660 or €10,039 per metric ton. And that's not all. Cacao is also on the European Union's hit list of deforestation risk commodities, as a significant driver of forest loss in primary producing countries Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. Along with soy, beef, palm oil, wood, coffee and rubber, cacao will soon come under the European Deforestation Regulations, EUDR, when it's enforced in December this year. Since the new law affects all companies importing cacao into the bloc, all major European chocolate makers will be impacted. Deforestation aside, other irresponsible practices hang heavy on the sector. Forced labour has long been associated with cacao production, contributing to even lower sustainability credentials. Amid soaring prices, deforestation regulations, and unsustainable practices, chocolate makers may well be tempted to give cacao alternatives a try. Which cacao-free or tree-free innovations are promising to do everything cacao can and more? we round up 6 startups rethinking cacao with sustainability in mind. Planet A Foods taps out oats and sunflower seeds. Who would have thought that store-covered ingredients oats and sunflower seeds could be transformed into a cacao-free chocolate? In Germany, brother-sister duo Dr. Maximilian and Sarah Molquat are doing just that, with the aim of easing pressures on cacao supply chains. Their startup Planet A Foods already has a cacao-free concentrate and butter on the market, which when used together creates cacao-free chocolate. Sold under the Covivia brand, the final product is made with a minimum of 20% oats and sunflower seeds, sustainable plant-based fats, sugar and milk powder, or oat flour for the vegan version. The co-founders describe Covivia as having a delicious aroma and luxurious snack, all with 90% less CO2 emissions than conventional chocolate. We ferment and roast oats in a special way. That's a proprietary technology that my sister Sarah developed. She has developed technology that converts oats into something that tastes like cacao. Planet A Foods is invested in local processing, fermentation and roasting, meaning all it takes place at its own facilities, close to its customers. The startup's Covivia is already on the market in Germany, where shoppers can find it incorporated into biscuits, peanut butter cups, granola products, and even packets of Lindt vegan chocolate. Voyage Foods replaces cacao with upcycled grape seeds. On the other side of the pond, Voyage Foods has also been rethinking chocolate with different raw materials in mind. Although the US-based startup doesn't limit itself to the chocolate category, Voyage Foods also makes coffee-free coffee and nut-free spread. It is invested in making cacao and dairy-free milk and semi-sweet chocolate products. The company's cacao-free chocolate uses upcycled grape seeds from post-harvest wine production, which combines with vegetable oil, cane sugar, sunflower protein flour, natural flavors, sunflower lecithin, and salt. For example, the company's cacao-free chocolate replaces cacao seeds with upcycled grape seeds from post-harvest wine production that are combined with vegetable oil, cane sugar, sunflower protein flour, natural flavors, sunflower lecithin, and salt. It's all very clean label, co-founder and CEO Adam Maxwell has said. These are innocuous ingredients, whole ingredients that people understand, but what is special about Voyage is really the transformation of these low or no value materials. As to Voyage Foods' sustainability credentials according to ESG, consumption Thermosphera, the company's chocolate alternatives use 99% less clean water, generate 81 to 84% less greenhouse gases, and are associated with 68 to 88% fewer greenhouse gas emissions from land use change. In big news for the startup, agri-food major Cargill recently announced a new commercial partnership with Voyage Foods to produce alternatives to cacao-based products and nut spreads without using cacao, peanuts, or hazelnuts. The best way to solve the human and environmental health challenges through food is to supply the world's food brands and manufacturers with Voyage Foods ingredients. Partnering with Cargill is the perfect way to scale these solutions globally to offer food manufacturers the ability to integrate cacao-free confectionery and spreads produced with no nut or dairy allergens used in the recipe formulation into their portfolios. Nucalco makes cacao-free chocolate from fava beans. Unlike some alternative chocolate innovators who rely on multiple ingredients to recreate cacao, UK-based startup Nucalco is focused on one raw material, and an unlikely one at that. The fava bean, otherwise known as fava or broad bean, is widely cultivated in Europe and the UK. That's attractive to Nucalco since it automatically means it's free from tropical deforestation and significant transport emissions. Fava could also be considered something of a relative to cacao, since like cacao beans, contains a seed storage protein known as bacillin. When that bacillin is broken down and the peptides roasted, you get chocolatey flavors. Dr. Salt, who set up Nucalco alongside co-founders Ross Newton and Kit Tomlinson, believes that by using a controlled fermentation and drying process before being roasted and ground into powder, the startup can create a product with potential to be cheaper than mass market chocolate when produced at scale. Indeed, that's Nucalco's target market. Instead of competing with high-end chocolate, the startup wants to focus solely on supplying its cacao-free offerings to makers of bulk product chocolate. Although Nucalco is starting its journey with fava, the bean is not the only one with alt chocolate potential, Dr. Salt revealed. We've looked at the gene sequences of a whole bunch of beans and compared the bacillin in them. I would say that Faber is definitely not the beginning or end of this story. Celeste Bio makes tree-free cacao butter and powder. Cell cultivation is not new to the food sector. The concept of lab-grown meat or cell-based dairy is becoming increasingly commonplace on the food tech scene. But what about cell-cultivated cacao? Unlike many alternative cacao creations, cell-cultivated cacao is not technically cacao-free. In Israel, Celeste Bio is developing tree-free, real 100% cacao butter and powder, and for that reason contends it shouldn't be considered an alternative. To make cultivated cacao powder and butter, the startup takes a couple of beans from the cacao pod, extracts the cells responsible for producing cacao, and grows them with water, sugar, and vitamins for nourishment. With just 1 or 2 beans, a continuous cycle can be created that repeats itself in a controlled setting, the company spokesperson explained. No additional beans are required and no trees need to be cut down. According to Celeste Bio's calculations, just 1 cell and 1 bioreactor can replace 10,000 square meters of cacao plantations and yield 2 tons of cacao per year, the equivalent of 1,736 trees, which take between 4 and 7 years to grow. The company is leveraging artificial intelligence computation to enhance cacao customization for chocolate manufacturers and product specifications to optimize consistency and supply. The startup also suspects that AI will help reduce costs related to formulation trials and waste. The process mimics the natural habitat of cacao farming without the unpredictability, volatility, and compromises. Celeste Bio is already turning heads, attracting investment from snacks and confectionery major Mondelez International. The startup has potential to improve sustainability and reduce the cost of cacao. Richie Gray, global head of Mondelez corporate venture arm Snack Ventures, has said, "We'll continue to monitor and work in the regulatory landscape associated with that one. Foreverland champions forgotten crops and locally sourced ingredients." The Mediterranean is not known for its chocolate production, but southern Italian startup Foreverland is working hard to change this image. The company's 4 founders, Massimo Sabatini, Giuseppe D'Alessandro, Riccardo Bottiroli, and Massimo Brocchetta, are on a mission to overcome the darker side of chocolate. Chocolate is one of the world's most beloved treats, often conceals a darker side to its production, said CTO Bottiroli. Not only is the cacao industry responsible for much deforestation, but is also linked to forced labour. Foreverland is rethinking chocolate with a focus on forgotten crops, upcycled food, and locally sourced ingredients. The startup's cacao-free chocolate products, which it markets under the name Free Cow, is made from forgotten crop carob, alongside a blend of different grains, sugar, and vegetable fats. We've used a combination of traditional and patented innovative technologies to achieve the taste and texture of chocolate without cacao. Compared to conventional chocolate, it boasts a significantly lower environmental footprint, using 90% less water and being associated with 80% fewer CO2 emissions. Win-Win turns to carob and buy for alt chocolate creations. It was a warm day when they visited Win-Win on a site visit last year. Sun was streaming through the windows of the startup's trendy East End office space, but without any threat of melting its cacao-free innovations, the research and development lab is strategically located in the basement. That's where Win-Win's head of chocolate, John Hogan, has full reign. Founded in 2020 by Arthur and Pat and Dr. Johnny Drain, Win-Win makes cacao-free chocolate alternatives made from barley and carob, but with conventional chocolate-making equipment. Once these raw materials are fermented, the processing stage begins. We mix these raw materials with fat and sugar, Hogan explained, surrounded by mixers and chocolate molds. In June last year, the startup was predominantly using Ghanaian shea butter as its fat of choice, but was continuing to experiment with a variety of ingredients. On the day they visited, an algae-based fat was being tested. Once the ingredients are combined, Hogan sets about refining their particles for the best flavour release. The chocolate is then tempered for snap and meltability, co-founder Dr. Drain explained. You want it to melt at body temperature. Concerning taste and flavour, Win-Win is confident it's achieved the archetypal bitterness associated with dark chocolate, as well as fruity acidity. We have red berries, prunes, notes of butterscotch in the long finish and maltiness coming through from the bar. It's a flavour profile that is very similar to that of premium dark chocolate. Lots of acidity, brightness, complexity, and bitterness. Earlier this year, Win-Win underwent a subtle name change. Win-Win was previously branded WNWN, standing for Waste Not Want Not. Under this new trade name, the startup sells its cacao-free chocolate alternative in wholesale packs to bakeries, food service operators, and the confectionery sector. The term mythi refers to a sweet confectionery primarily made from ingredients such as flour, milk, sugar, nuts, and ghee. They've long included desire-based flavours, so these are individual bespoke flavours, very region-locked in their sweet range, which appeals to their consumers' appetite for adventurous sweet treats. Spring and real-life Willy Wonka Candy Lab is set to open in Nebraska in June, the brainchild of millennial candy scientist Tessa Porter, who aims to revolutionise confectionery manufacturing. Committed to innovation, Spring evolves sweets and snack products alongside science and consumer demands, ensuring the process is as sweet as the output. Alongside Spring's new 3,700 square foot Candy and Research and Development Lab in Omaha, the company will also begin operations in a new flexible contract manufacturing facility in Albion, NE. With June designated a National Candy Month in the United States, both facilities are poised to transform the startup candy industry landscape. Spring's founder, Tessa Porter, is a veteran candy scientist who is revolutionizing candy manufacturing by lowering barriers to new creations with innovative development and manufacturing processes. Porter said she started self-funding at Spring after departing her corporate role to pioneer a new era in candy production. Creating Spring, particularly the new facilities, has been a test of creativity, strategy, and patience. I started planning the idea of Spring around 3 years ago before I left my corporate job with vision to fill the gap that I was witnessing around candy innovation and scalable manufacturing. I wanted to prove that we don't always need to do things the same way just because that is how they always have been done in both candy and business. With a track record of innovation, including leading top candy companies, head of innovation and technology, Porter brings a wealth of experience to Spring, extending beyond candy production, aiming to foster opportunities for women in STEM, and advocate for careers in the trades and manufacturing. The term Desai refers to the people and culture of the Indian subcontinent, and more specifically, something regional. In a confectionery context, it refers to a rich array of revered local ingredients such as jaggery, jamon, cardamom, and saffron that spark a nostalgic reminder of the country's people and places and products. Luca Chocolate, the premium Colombian business chocolate manufacturer, has revealed significant progress towards its 2027 sustainability targets, including increasing income for farmers, social well-being, and deforestation-free cacao. The B Corp certified company's 2022 to 2023 sustainability report reveals it helped 1,125 farming families boost their income by 12% or more, and is making real progress towards its goal of impacting 1,500 farmers by 2027. Luca purchases cacao from 13,000 producers, which accounts for over 20% of the total in Colombia. Its commitment to high price transfer is at the heart of its sustainable and equitable cacao value chain. Outlined in its sustainability report, Luca Chocolate claimed it paid 94% of the New York Stock Exchange free of board FOB price to cacao suppliers in 2022 to 2023. Purchase guarantee. To provide context, this approach sees Luca pay Colombian farmers almost double the price of African cacao. Additionally, Luca offers a purchase guarantee to its producers, ensuring a market for the cacao at any price level throughout the year. The company said it has also made significant advancements in verifying this price transfer to the producer, achieving 100% traceability of cacao at the association and supplier levels. By 2027, the company's goal is to achieve 100% price traceability of all cacao used for export at the farmer level. Julia Ocampo, Luca Chocolate's VP of Cacao Sourcing and Sustainability, said, "At Luca, we don't just aim at positively impact cacao producers, we involve their families and wider communities too. We are utterly convinced that the transformation towards sustainable well-being is done by involving communities in their own development through education, entrepreneurship, and environmental awareness." Colombian chocolate ecosystem. Founded in 1906, Luca set out to transform the Colombian chocolate ecosystem to bring benefits to all. Today, this aim is carried forward through the principle of creating shared value, CSV. To further increase and diversify farmer incomes, Luca's The Chocolate Dream initiative helps farmers to improve their productivity, diversify the business, and support wider communities by, for example, upskilling entrepreneurial skills. Beyond farmer income, the company said this year's report demonstrates how Luca strengthens social well-being in Colombia's cacao-producing regions. This is delivered through collaborative projects on education and entrepreneurship via The Chocolate Dream. with a particular focus on motivating young people and women to explore a career in the chocolate industry. Lucas CEO Camilo Romero said, "The past serves as a foundation for building an ever more sustainable future. While we celebrate our achievements, we remain committed to continuous improvement, striking it to do better for our communities, our planet, and future generations." New research into the vegan chocolate market reveals that the sector is poised to gain even wider popularity with conscious consumers, thanks to major brands embracing the plant-based wave. A new report from Persistence Market Research highlights the fact that vegan chocolate offers cruelty-free indulgence with innovative flavors, sustainable practices, and health-conscious ingredients. No longer confined to niche stores, expect to find it gracing mainstream shelves, thanks to major brands like Lindt and Nestle using plant-based alternatives. Sustainability is also a key ingredient, with ethically sourced cow beans and eco-friendly packaging wooing environmentally conscious consumers. All this adds up to a booming market fueled by rising plant-based diets and a desire for a more sustainable future, according to the Persistence Market Research. Here are the top 11 vegan chocolate trends that are taking the confectionery world by storm. 1. Bean-to-bar excellence. Just like with coffee, there's the growing appreciation for the bean-to-bar movement in chocolate making. Craft chocolatiers are sourcing high-quality cacao beans and meticulously crafting chocolate from scratch, resulting in rich, complex flavors and textures. 2. Single-origin sensations. Similar to wine, chocolate enthusiasts are seeking out single-origin bars to experience the unique terroir and flavor profiles of cacao beans from specific regions around the world. From Ecuador to Madagascar, each origin tells a distinct chocolate story. 3. Innovative flavors. Gone are the days when vegan chocolate was limited to plain dark bars. Today you can find an array of innovative flavors from salted caramel to chili-infused chocolate, offering a delightful twist on traditional favorites. 4. Health-conscious choices. Many consumers are opting for vegan chocolate not only for ethical reasons, but also for health benefits. Brands are responding by offering sugar-free, low-carb, and even superfood-infused chocolate options to cater to health-conscious consumers. 5. Dairy-free milk chocolate. Thanks to advancement in dairy alternatives, vegan milk chocolate has never been creamier or more delicious. Almond, oat, coconut, and rice milk are just a few of the plant-based alternatives used to create smooth, indulgent milk chocolate bars. 6. Artisanal truffles. Who can resist the melt-in-your-mouth goodness of a chocolate truffle? Artisanal chocolatiers are pushing the boundaries of vegan truffle making, experimenting with unique fillings like coconut cream, matcha ganache, and fruit compotes. 7. Cacao nib snacking. Cacao nibs, the crunchy bits of roasted cacao beans, are gaining popularity as a nutritious and versatile snack. Sprinkle them on smoothie bowls, oatmeal, or salads for a boost of antioxidants and chocolatey flavour. 8. CBD-infused chocolate. Cannabidiol CBD has made its way into various consumables, including chocolates. CBD-infused chocolate offers a relaxing treat that's perfect for unwinding after a long day, without the psychoactive effects of THC. 9. Sustainability sourcing. Conscious consumers are increasingly concerned about the environmental and social impact of their food choices. Many chocolate brands are prioritizing sustainable and ethically sourced ingredients, ensuring fair wages for farmers and environmentally friendly farming practices. 10. DIY chocolate making. With the rise of at-home cooking and baking during the pandemic, more people are trying their hand making chocolate from scratch. From simple chocolate bar to elaborate bonbons, DIY chocolate making allows for creativity and customization. 11. Vegan chocolate pairings. Chocolate is no longer just a standalone treat, it's also a versatile ingredient for pairings. Explore the world of vegan chocolate pairings with wine, whiskey, craft beer, cheese, fruit, nuts, and more for a sensory experience like no other. Mars Wrigley has announced its senior executives will attend the 2024 Sweets and Snacks Expo to discuss shopper insights to help customers win at checkout and sample the newest innovations from its iconic brands. During the event, which opens on Tuesday the 14th of May and runs until Wednesday the 16th of May at the Indianapolis Convention Center, Mars will also highlight its evolving treats and snacks portfolio. Mars continues to evolve to meet consumer preferences and expectations to create more moments of everyday happiness, said Tim Lavelle, president of sales at Mars Wrigley, North America. From the latest innovations to category-leading insights, Mars Wrigley understands how consumers shop the snacking category. Launched at Sweets and Snacks Expo in 2022, the Mars Transaction Zone team will be back at the expo to build on their industry-leading insights to reimagine impulse shopping. As shopper behavior and checkout technologies continue to evolve, retailers must reinvent the transaction zone to solve front-end challenges. Mars Wrigley said the transaction zone team is ready to partner with retailers to formulate a holistic transaction zone plan that's optimized for shoppers, operational needs, and sales growth objectives. Mike Peddy, Director of Retail Design Transformation at Mars Wrigley, will host a discussion on transforming your transaction zone, how to identify the right front-end solution for your needs. Chocolate Cordillera, Colombia's largest premium and sustainable chocolate ingredient supplier, is making its Sweet and Snacks Expo debut and it celebrates with a brand refresh of its website. Representatives from the Medellin-based company will be available to share insights about the company's Higher Purpose Cacao sustainability program, which enables communities to achieve sustainable pathways for growth and prosperity. It will also be an opportunity to check out the latest innovations in premium Latin American chocolate. Godiva. Luxury Belgian chocolate brand Godiva will also make its presence felt in India, coming on the back of a recent announcement of the blending of the brand into the Pladis portfolio, securing a greater expertise, scale, and resource across all categories. Carlos Canals, Managing Director of the Americas, Pladis, said he'll be sharing some great early wins and brand updates, including the latest news on Godiva, Flips, and Turtles. Among the exciting updates is the upcoming launch of a limited edition special Godiva gift box collection. This collection was created in celebration of the brand's Belgian roots and features 15 confections never before offered in the US. And Canals said he also plans to have samples on hand for visitors to the Pladis booth to enjoy. Nassau Candy, a leading specialty and private label confections manufacturer, is also making the most of the expo, with another launch in Indianapolis, this time of new jawbreaker varieties. Joining the Comet Crusher are several different clever candy bulk jawbreaker options, including wrapped varieties. With these additions, Nassau Candy said it now owns the market share of bulk jawbreaker varieties. Choxo, the low-sugar organic indulgence chocolate maker, will be situated in the specialty market, where it will highlight new creations, including its dark chocolate lemon prep cups. The rich 72% dark chocolate shell is filled with a creamy lemon-infused white chocolate center for a unique and refreshing indulgence that's perfect for the season. And new with only 4 grams of sugar per piece, and continuing to roll out this summer. Quad Redzo. It's a software platform specifically for the manufacturing industry and its frontline workers. The company informs this publication that the majority of its clients are food and beverage manufacturers, including Taffytown and others. Located in the supplier showcase, representatives will discuss how important it is to recognize the frontline manufacturing workers of the snacking and sweets industry to retain, attract, and empower. The company is set to make a major announcement. Organizers at the National Confectioners Association, NCA, said they are preparing to welcome more than 975 vendors and 16,000 attendees to Indianapolis, the new home of the annual Sweets and Snacks Expo for the next couple of years. Writing in local media, John Downs, NCA President and CEO, said the event creates a vibrant, shared space to foster deeper connections among manufacturers, suppliers, and retail partners, and features education sessions led by the industry's foremost experts and thought leaders. Bloomer Chocolate Company, the largest cacao processor and ingredient chocolate supplier in North America, has announced it is extending its partnership with sugar reduction company Incredo. The stronger alliance will also see a push into Canada for Bloomer's Discovery product line, empowered by the award-winning sugar-based sugar reduction solution, Incredo Sugar, which includes chocolate-flavored chips and coatings. The Chicago-headquartered company said this line of chocolate ingredients is free from high-intensity sweeteners and sugar alcohols. Since its initial launch in 2022, Bloomer's Discovery product line of reduced sugar chocolate has been successfully adopted by numerous brands in the confectionery, bakery, and frozen novelty categories. Both an acceptance of the Discovery product line validates Mintel's GNPD data that low and reduced sugar claims have seen impressive growth at CAGR 31% since 2019. Bloomer's chocolate scientists developed various solutions to meet the nutritional targets and flavour demands of low and reduced sugar applications. We noticed that a 2 to 4 gram of sugar per serving is a sweet spot for many low sugar brands, said Scott Funk, Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Bloomer Chocolate Company. It's noteworthy mentioning that some of the Discovery products could help our customers get that target without using any high-intensity sweetener or sugar alcohols. NCSA names John Brooks Jr. 2024 Kettle Awards recipient. The Kettle Awards are an annual recognition for a deserving individual working within the US confectionery manufacturing industry. During his acceptance speech, Brooks said, "I'm joined here tonight with a very nice contingent of the A and B crew, and I want to take this moment to explain why you're here. Now, you might think that you're here because you're supporting me and you're supporting the company, and yes, that's true, but there's something else. We talk about teamwork and being interconnected and being interdependent. We talk about no one gets their job done unless we all get our job done. And you think I could be effective in what I do without all of you by my side? No way. So you're here because you're just as much a recipient of this award as I am. So thank you for being here." Brooks serves as president of Adams & Brooks, Inc., leading the executive and operational activities and reporting to company chairman and 2010 Kettle Awards recipient John Brooks Sr. With more than 30 years working in various roles at Adam Brooks, his career journey began at the company gaining experience through part-time jobs during the high school and college until he joined Adams Brooks full-time in 1997 after earning his Bachelor of Arts in English from Vanderbilt University and his MBA from University of Southern California. "We are thrilled to present John Brooks Jr. with this Kettle Awards recognition," said Joseph Melville, NCSA chairman and owner of Melville Candy Co. With more than 3 decades of commitment to the confectionery industry, John has made great strides for Adams & Brooks. We are also proud to celebrate the achievements of Greg Power and Mark A. Tarner, who have demonstrated outstanding dedication to the confectionery industry. The Kettle Awards were established in 1946 by industry publisher Don Gusso. Each year, the nominees are selected by the Kettle Awards Committee for their dedication to the confectionery industry, superior achievement in sales and marketing, education and personnel training, energy and environmental contributions, quality advancement, production and plant improvement, and research and product development. This year's premier event for the confectionery and snack categories in the Americas began its landmark new partnership with the city of Indianapolis in fine style, making the most of the famed Hoosier hospitality, with Indiana Governor Eric J. Holcomb officially opening the expo. This fantastic partnership between the Sweets and Snacks Expo, the city of Indianapolis, and the state of Indiana is so appreciated and represents a delicious future in the years ahead, said Holcomb at a press conference. The expo is expected to draw 16,000 attendees to the Indiana Convention Center, which will house 1,000 exhibitors across over 250,000 square feet of show floor. Center of the Sweets and Snacks universe. For Indianapolis, it's easy to see how Sweets and Snacks Expo is at the center of the Sweets and Snacks universe, and conventionally fills a gap in the city's exhibition schedule ahead of the Indy 500 later in the month. Beyond the commercial impact that the Sweets and Snacks Expo has on the Indianapolis area economy, there's also another important economic impact driven by all the local candy and snack manufacturers that call Indiana home, providing thousands of jobs throughout our state. We already have the largest contingent of international attendees we've ever had here in Indiana, John Downs, resident and CEO of NTA, said. "Keep calm and candy on," he told the expo, while pledging to be a proud partner of the National Confectioners Association. For Sweets and Snacks, the Indiana Convention Center represents an opportunity to become an expo giant and create a space to make an impact. As we embark on this next chapter, there is no doubt that Indianapolis is the right city to meet the growing demand for our show, said John Downs. He said Indianapolis is used to hosting world-class events and agreed that the city will be a great strategic partner. Speaking to Confectionery News, Downs said that so far the gamble to move out of Chicago has paid off, and this year the expo has exceeded all expectations with a sellout show. The only issue is that when the expo moves to Las Vegas in 2026, as part of a rotating deal between Indianapolis and Las Vegas until 2032, they will have space to meet continuing demand. Chicago was great for a home start with that candy tradition and heritage, but moving out, I always knew it was the right decision from the get-go. We needed to go somewhere else. We needed a better fit, and this city fits us absolutely perfectly. It couldn't be better. I mean, the ease, the convenience, the infrastructure here, the attitude and welcoming of the power structure of Indiana and Indianapolis, dealing with both the governor himself and his staff, the mayor and the visit Indy people in terms of the deal. It wasn't really a heavy negotiation. It was pretty much like, hey, this is where all we want to come and you want us. Chicago's loss is Indy's gain, as the expo is expected to generate an estimated $12 million for the city's coffers. Downs said the waiting list for companies to exhibit in Chicago was getting longer, and as the Expo's host organization company, they had to make the call to move out. This year's show represents the start of a new era, not only for the Expo, but for America's candy industry, as it offers a reflection of positivity, innovation, vibrancy, and confidence of the sector, and walking the floor, the mood among exhibitors and attendees is palpable. The industry is back, and you can see and feel it. This is a tremendous platform for these companies to showcase their innovation, and number two, it's a tremendous platform for the smaller companies. The keep calm and candy phrase from Governor Holcomb may imply a crisis in the chocolate industry. The price of cacao skyrocketed earlier in the year before dropping beginning of the month. Downs cites Hershey's recent fantastic first quarter results as an example of the industry's weathering the economic storm. If companies were worried the Expo would have gaps in the exhibitors hall as companies cut back on marketing budgets, Indianapolis was having none of it. For Downs and the NCA, it has allowed the Expo to look further afield and attract more international exhibitors. If you guys like this content, please make sure to subscribe and to like the video. It really helps support the channel. Thank you. The US is a major snack, candy, and confectionery market. We have to be in the world's top 5 markets, and we want to be leading in the marketplace. We want that diversity and mix. We already have the largest contingent of international attendees we've ever had here in Indiana. The famed Hoosier hospitality was on full display when the Sweets and Snacks Expo temporarily relocated to Indianapolis in response to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021, which for Downs sowed the seed as a way for the show to expand. Indy has successfully hosted many of the country's largest and most anticipated events, and now Sweets and Snacks joins the ranks of these world-class events, said Leonard Hoops, president and CEO of Visit Indy. The show's impact will reach beyond the Indiana Convention Center to all corners of central Indiana. With an estimated economic impact of more than $12 million, Sweets and Snacks will be a boon to the entire region. The city of Indianapolis has a quiet, sleepy air to it, which one imagines changes when the race crowd comes to town in a couple of weeks. For now, the Sweets and Snacks Expo brings a sense of vibrancy and colour to its environments. If nothing else, it has the locals talking about it already. Across Europe, there is a palpable enthusiasm for plant-based gummies, reflecting a growing consumer interest in perceived health-promoting and more sustainable products. The surge in demand for plant-based gummies presents a significant opportunity for producers, albeit formidable challenges. The company at Schott says that liking is mainly achieved at the intersection of texture and flavour in gummies. While gelatin performs well as a texture, it isn't always the texture of choice. From 2018 to 2023, we've witnessed a 4% decline in new launches with gelatin based on Innova's market data. Certain subcategories such as jellies and gums have seen a steeper decline in recent years. Texture preferences. To appeal to consumers, producers need to examine their actual texture preferences and link these to texturizers and their properties. Plant-based solutions can outperform each other and even gelatin depending on the region, age, and consumer segment a consumer falls into. However, says Schott, plant-based texturizers can require new formulations and production methods within gummies. Delivering to these technical and sensory needs requires real formulation know-how. Multiple plant-based solutions are available for sweeteners, texturizers, and more, each with its ingredient properties. As plant-based solutions often require different production processes and recipe reformulation, this can add additional complexity to the process. Schott explains that the challenge is further compounded by different opinions for what makes for the right gummy or other sweet treats, and consumers in different countries have highly divergent perspectives on key aspects such as texture. There are also clear differences between someone who prefers premium products, someone who cares about health and sustainability, and those that are purely motivated by cost. For example, Spanish consumers clearly prefer a plant-based solution that offers a more chewable, non-sticky texture and a sweet and fruity flavour. By contrast, in Northern Europe, gelatin or plant-based alternatives with a springier, firm or slippery texture will appeal most to consumers. Sensory profiles. To demonstrate the full range of possibilities, Schott says Cargill has made prototypes incorporating the most frequently used plant-based texturizers, for example, pectin, starch, and carrageenan, and maximize their properties to clearly differentiate between these properties and sensory profiles. Label-friendly pectin sourced from citrus peels or apple hummus is quite stable during shelf life as its high melting point prevents sticking or melting. For this specific prototype, we preferred to use a high methyl pectin from our unipectin range, which works well for confectionery, providing great texture and flavor release, especially in jellies and gummies. Shote also reveals that carrageenan, extracted from red seaweeds, is suitable for less acidic mediums than pectin. Thanks to its nature, various textures can be created, from very soft and elastic to firm and brittle. We chose a special blend with an elastic texture that allows for strawberry flavour with good gelation. He says starch might sound like a more complex ingredient from a production perspective, but for us it was easy to deposit the cooked mass formulated with our modified gelling starches, selected from a C-set and a C-clear set range, thanks to their lowest hot viscosity. The low setting temperatures of these starches gave us the necessary manoeuvre time to optimize the flavour profile of the gummies. We also try to offer further differentiation by blending some of these ingredients down into options: starch and pectin and starch and carrageenan. The biggest challenge was balancing the different texturizers with diversion dissolving properties. This required some further attention from a production perspective. However, the results were worthwhile. The fact that we were able to create 6 different prototypes, including the gelatin-based reference, using such a broad range of formulations, shows how our applications expertise enables us to support our customers with tailor-made solutions. Schott says that beyond product offerings, Cargill's commitment to sensory research and market insights enriches product development so that plant-based confectionery can resonate with consumers' diverse tastes and preferences. By understanding the intricate interplay of texture and flavour dynamics, Cargill empowers producers to help create treats that captivate these senses, while aiming to meet the demands of a health-conscious market. The 2024 Sweet and Snacks Expo became a launchpad for companies looking to crack the US confectionery market, with new products from Colombia's Vivamore, Canada's Lovo Chocolate, along with reboots of classic brand Godiva and a new partnership deal with Divine Chocolate. Vivamore Chocolate. Annelise Ewan, brand marketing manager for Vivamore, said Grupo Natura's new B2C chocolate bowl, which will officially launch in the US later this year, is designed to fill a really big gap in the premium market. Like the group B2B company Chocolate Cordillera, which also had a presence for the first time at the expo, the chocolate is made with sustainable premium cacao from Latin America. We pay our cacao farmers the highest price in the region. Typically in Africa, up to 40 to 50% of the price goes to the farmer, whereas in Colombia, 90% goes directly to the farmers. And we're helping replace illicit illegal crops with cacao grown with farmers. The 6 bars in the portfolio are inspired by different countries in the region, each with its own distinct flavours and ingredients. The impressive packaging and design will also resonate with discerning consumers when the collection becomes available in stores across the US in September. We're getting really positive feedback at the expo. People that have sampled our chocolate at our booth have picked up on the more fruity and floral flavours, and it's like we're taking them on a journey through Latin America, the different types of chocolates. It's a bold, vibrant brand with a serious chocolate offer backed with sophisticated marketing. We want to be that differentiator in the marketplace to stand out. Godiva. The premium Belgian brand has a rich heritage stretching back more than 100 years. With the recent announcement that it is now under the umbrella of Pladis, the company is using its presence at the expo to reboot US sales with a new classic collection. We want to make sure that whatever we bring to the market is the best chocolate available for US consumers, said Carlos Canals, Pladis America's managing director. We're going to fine-tune the distribution of the brand. We still want to make it available to as many people as possible, but in the right channels, at the right price and with the right product. So we've taken a little step back to make sure that we build a distribution in the right way so that whatever is present is in the right place with the right product at the right price. Canals and his team went back to Godiva's roots and locked themselves in a room at the Belgian factory with marketing and research and development members, and in 5 hours came up with the genesis of the new heritage collection. With the classic Art Deco packaging design, the chocolate is also produced the old-fashioned way, to recreate the purest kind of chocolate with fewer ingredients but more flavour. Godiva has a style and rich history, which we hope to tell with this collection. Some have been made available in Europe, but all the chocolates are new for the US, said Canals. We brought it to the show and selectively showed it to a couple of premium customers, and they're very excited. Lovo Chocolate. Lovo vegan chocolate launched in 2023 to fill a gap in the market for dairy-free milk chocolate. Sales manager Kay Comprez said it was difficult to achieve a good consistency with plant-based milk and chocolate, which is why the Canadian company sourced its chocolate from Switzerland. I think that sometimes people are scared to try oat milk chocolate because they think it won't taste creamy or chocolatey enough. But that's exactly why we went to Switzerland. The Swiss created chocolate, so if anyone's going to get it right, it will be there, and they did. Conference said there have been a huge interest in Love at the expo, and consumers can expect to see more of the brand in gourmet stores across the US. Divine Chocolate. Fairtrade farmer cooperative owned Divine Chocolate has been around for more than 25 years, but is increasing its footprint in the US, especially with a new partnership with Euro-American brands launched at this year's expo. The partnership means that at events like this, you become part of the game and you meet with their sales customers. We work together and I'm able to utilize their internal resources also, said Troy Paley, Divine Chocolate's North America General Manager. The brand awareness is certainly growing in the States. Since COVID, consumers are becoming more conscious of how they spend their money. It's been a benefit to Divine because of what the brand represents regarding farmer ownership, and the brand is moving in the right direction regarding what consumers are seeking and looking for. Hardy said Divine also used the opportunity at Sweets and Snacks to refresh product lines, including the crispy thins in dark and chopped milk chocolate with new packaging designs. Speaking on the final day of the expo, Carly Schultes, Director of Public Affairs and Communications at organisers, the National Confectioners Association, said this has been such a successful and record-breaking show with 1,000 exhibitors and 16,000 attendees and over 250,000 square feet of the show floor. We are so grateful to be welcomed back to Indianapolis with such incredible hospitality. Finnish food group Vasa is experimenting with side streams to make confectionery production more sustainable. Upcycling is having a moment, and why shouldn't it? The practice of valorizing side streams to make new ingredients for industry both cuts food waste and improves product sustainability profiles. In Finland, Vasa is testing the water with a limited edition confectionery made with upcycled ingredients. While on sale, the company is asking for consumer feedback to help make improvements where necessary. The oat choco toffee hearts sold under Vasa's Taste the Future line are made with two upcycled components, one a side stream of oat milk production and the other from confectionery production. The chocolate hearts are filled with Akara toffee. Traditionally, Akara refers to a side stream from soy milk production, but Vasa is using the term to describe its oat drink counterpart. To make oat drink, manufacturers use whole grain oats, removing the inedible outermost part of the grain known as the husk. Oat Akara is made from insoluble parts of the grain, making it rich in protein and fibre. If not upcycled, oat Akara usually goes into biogas production or animal feed. In Vasa's oat choco toffee hearts, 0.7% of the toffee is made from oat Akara. As to what function the ingredient serves in confectionery production, the Akara brings fullness to the taste, which is traditionally obtained from milk, a Vasa spokesperson told the publication. The company is currently sourcing the oat Akara from an external supplier, but told them that they use multiple sources from several production sites in Northern Europe in the future. Upcycling a surplus from confectionery production. The other upcycled input in Vasa's oat choco toffee hearts is sourced from its own confectionery production. The oat choco component is made from broken or underweight Carl Faser oat choco tablets. Indeed, more than half of the raw materials in the new confections are derived from Vasa's confectionery production side stream with the intention of reducing food processing waste. In food production, it is impossible to eliminate process loss completely, but raw materials should be reused as efficiently as possible, as Vasa Confectionery has been doing for decades, said Anika Hall, Senior Manager at Vasa Confectionery's Forward Lab. The move aligns with Vasa's commitment to reduce its avoidable food loss by 50% by 2030. From a 2020 baseline, it also aligns with the European Parliament's proposal to set legally binding targets to reduce food waste across the bloc, including 20% in processing and manufacturing by 2030. Vasa's commitment to sustainability is a key catalyst for our creative research and development advancements. The Choco Hearts may sound like a classic, but the ingredients we use are new into the game. Not only are the ingredients new, but we have had a talented production team with a real interest and motivation in developing delicious and sustainable plant-based innovations. Do consumers know what upcycled food means? The new product is also designed to meet consumer demand for sustainable lifestyles, and Vasa is alerting consumers to the product's upcycled content via an upcycled label. As to whether consumers truly understand the concept of upcycled food, however, it is not certain. Recent research suggests consumer understanding is low, with just 10% in the UK, 15% in New Zealand, and 35% in Turkey, understanding the concept. In Italy, awareness appears to be higher at 61%, with another 20% aware of the term upcycled food, but not the concepts. The term upcycling is modern and international, the spokesperson told them, admitting it may not be instantly understandable to consumers. Therefore, the term would benefit from adding a clarifying tagline, such as contains rescued ingredients from food production. Many consumers consider upcycling as an innovative and positive concept and assume that food companies take their responsibility to reduce and utilize waste. However, a lot of communication and education is needed to increase consumer awareness and understanding about upcycling. How will retailers signal shrinkflation to consumers? The following statement must be indicated on any product's label. For this product, the quantity sold increased from X to Y, and its price in the unit of measurement concerned increased by X percentage or by X value in terms of euros. Despite the cost of living squeeze, private label versions of chocolate are not flying off the shelves. Why aren't consumers keen on the private label option? Private label products, brands owned by retailers such as supermarkets rather than large producers, are becoming increasingly popular. Once considered a downgrade from national brands, the more recognizable brands you might see in any shop, they're now viewed as approaching parity in terms of quality. However, there are some exceptions to this trend. One of these is chocolate. Private label chocolate has not seen the same level of consumer interest as many other private label brands. How successful have private label chocolate brands been? Private label chocolate brands have seen a significant uptick in recent years, along with many other private label brands. Private label chocolate in Europe has experienced growth, particularly in Germany, where private labels represented 29% of volume sales of chocolate confectionery in 2022. Valentin Thies, Associate Director for Food and Drink Research at market research company Mintel, has said. However, this was considered comparably low compared to categories such as sweet biscuits and ice cream, and brands that still dominate. In the UK market, two private label chocolate has performed poorly compared to both national brands and other private label products. Chocolate is a much more brand-dominant category, but there are nuances across the formats. Chocolate blocks or tablets are much more skewed towards private label, 43% volume share versus 21% volume share total chocolate in the 52 weeks to the 17th of March 2024, whereas segments that included gifting are much more brand-reliant. 90% of volume share in the 52 weeks to the 17th of March 2024. As shoppers look to leave an impression on their friends and family, says a spokesperson for marketing research company Kantar. Private label brands have been growing in popularity in recent years due to cost of living pressures, pushing consumers towards cheaper options. However, recent research suggests that the price gap between private labels and national brands isn't as big as it once was. Supermarket chains such as Kaufland in Germany and Tesco in the UK have both recently released new private label chocolate ranges. Why don't consumers want private label chocolate? The lack of success of private label chocolate brands is all about luxury. Anna Roy, Senior Vice President at marketing research company Sakana, has said, compared to other categories, confectionery in general and chocolate bars in particular have relatively low private label penetration. However, this trend is also affecting national brands without a luxury angle, as consumers are increasingly seeing chocolate as a luxury. Many mainstream chocolate brands face significant pricing challenges and are part of the squeezed middle, as it is the premium chocolate options that are growing. In a cost of living crisis when chocolate is so expensive, consumers are indulging with premium chocolates, even though they're buying chocolate less often. Private label brands are trying to accommodate for the cost of living rise of consumers, releasing private labels as a strategic response to the cost of living crunch, driving consumers towards more affordable private label products, according to Mintel's Thies. However, it is the premium national brands who are, according to Sakana's Roy, thriving. The premium chocolate brands from Lindt and Ferrero Rocher and other Italian and UK challengers are delivering low-sugar, organic, exciting flavours, traditional recipes, all the kinds of innovations that you would ordinarily find from the big global brands, who are now having to play catch-up. Kantar's spokesperson agreed. Chocolate is seen as a treat category, so shoppers are willing to pay more for the brand they know, especially when gifting. It is not so much about rejecting private label, especially as in some chocolate formats, private label is performing well, but more about shoppers prioritising their spending on an indulgent category. The price of cacao has increased by around 400% in a year. Reportedly recently, Mintech's Steve Wateridge suggested that if industry passed on cost to consumers, if demands decrease and production responds well, prices could fall more quickly. However, he does not believe that they will fall back to 2023 levels. Barry Callebaut's CEO Peter Field suggested recently that he does not believe prices will continue to rise as quickly as they once had. With cost of living pressures still paramount, chocolate is being pushed further and further into the luxury category. As commodity prices of cacao and coffee and other ingredients, such as palm oil, rise, all manufacturers are having to pay higher prices, not only for ingredients, but to manage inventories to ensure ongoing availability, and it's very likely that you will see further price increases put throughout the summer. The increase in sugar and cacao prices, as well as the continued cost of living prices, mean that we may see a change in the reliance on private labels. With the chocolate category, currently shoppers are using other methods within chocolate to make ends meet, such as smaller basket sizes. The lack of success in private label chocolate does not mean that consumers are not open to consuming them. Some consumers, particularly those in Germany, are open to try out private label chocolate in the right circumstances. In terms of consumer attitudes on food in general, 41% of Germans would choose an own label product over a branded one if it tastes better, and own label launches can stand out by focusing more on flavours and textures. This suggests that while private label chocolate is popular among consumers seeking value, taste remains a crucial factor in their choices. Haribo and Lidl unite once more. Are the two leaders, one in the global sweet space and one in the budget supermarket arena, back for good? One is a confectionery powerhouse hailed as a sweet brand for kids and grown-ups. The other is a celebrated budget supermarket loved for its middle aisle. With values based on fun and accessibility, Haribo and Lidl's collaboration could be classed as a no-brainer. Yet before their recent recoupling, Haribo was delisted from Lidl stores and replaced with a private label alternative brand, Sweet Corner, which remains on the retail giant's chocolate and sweets website session. Now, though, Haribo is making a comeback. Lidl has resolved a year-long dispute and can now sell Haribo sweets again. Following a 12-month delisting and the presence of a replacement sweet brand, Lidl reintroduced Haribo products back into its stores. We're pleased that our much-loved Haribo products are already back or will be back shortly on the shelves of Lidl in most markets across the world, meaning that fans in different countries will be able to find their favourite treats in more stores. Even for a confectionery giant like Haribo, the delisting and subsequent re-entry into Lidl is a significant business move. With all our retail partners, we work hard to make sure our sweets meet the high standards of quality and value for money that our customers expect. Fruit gum manufacturer Haribo stopped supplying the discount at Lidl Global in April 2023 due to a dispute over conditions. However, both companies have now resolved their differences and reached an agreement. According to a Lidl spokesperson, the presence of the retailer's own brand Sweet Corner and the delisting of Haribo benefited the supermarket, enabling it to balance sales, as reported in the German trade magazine Lebensmittelzeitung. However, market research data revealed that Lidl's confectionery sales growth over the 12 months leading up to February 2024 was more than 2 percentage points behind the overall market growth. Although Lidl tried to make up for the absence of a confectionery brand by promoting its own Sweet Corner label, it wasn't sufficient. Private label brands have performed well historically, with Lidl Germany reporting in February 2023 that its own brands performed best in the Stiftung Warren Test's quality comparison test, achieving the best quality rating on average. In 2023, Stiftung Warren Test published its ratings analysis of 1,414 food items from 58 tests conducted over the past 4 years. The meta-study focused on determining whether store brands can match the quality of traditional branded products. With 68 own brand products tested between July 2018 and November 2022, Lidl received an overall quality rating of good. The Lidl range comprises approximately 4,500 items, including own brand and branded products. Lidl's store count is expected to rise in the coming months, following the supermarket's extensive investment and opening of its largest regional distribution centre, RDC, in the UK. The retail chain announced its plans to open hundreds of new stores across the UK. In March 2024, Lidl UK was named Grocer of the Year at the Retail Week Awards. The win came after Kantar named Lidl the fastest growing supermarket for 6 months in a row, making it the retail chain the only grocer to achieve double-digit growth since the start of 2024. Operating for over 40 years, Lidl has expanded throughout Europe, building its retail reputation by striving to sell top-quality food at the best possible prices. Today, the large grocery and retail chain has approximately 12,200 stores and more than 220 goods distribution and logistics centres in 31 countries. With claims to be the UK's biggest plastic-free, plant-based chewing gum brand, Millerways outpaced the growth of the chewing gum category by 43 times, according to new IRI data after significant investment in product innovation and a public awareness campaign. In the past 12 months, the broader chewing gum category grew 12.3% to over £311 million across major multiples and IRI outlets in the UK, including plastic-based brands. At the same time, Millerways' alternative outpaced this growth, achieving an uptick in sales of 539% across the same period. This upward trajectory has seen Millerways grow to almost 4 times the size of the nearest sustainable chewing gum brand. The firm has invested in expanding its retail footprint, innovating its product offering, and investing in bold marketing and communications to educate consumers. Tom Raviv, CEO and founder of Millerways, said, "We are pleased to see the growing awareness and demand from consumers for plastic-free gum. Our mission is to consume disrupting and shaping the future of the industry. We are constantly innovating across our product range while increasing our retail footprint to ensure that we can easily deliver our customers a high-quality and great-tasting gum that also happens to be free from plastics and other artificial ingredients." Millerways was established 3 years ago with its plant-based recipe to disrupt the artificial ingredients in big brand gum. It is now the third largest and fastest growing gum brand in the UK and the best-selling plastic-free gum brand. Its successful expansion and rapid growth align with the public's growing awareness of single-use plastics and microplastics and a desire for sugar-free, aspartame-free, better for you and better for the planet alternatives.